If everyone will please take your seats. I'd like to call this meeting to order. City Council, City of West Hollywood, Monday, December 19th, and it is 6:04. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we gather, and that is currently known as the City of West Hollywood, is the occupied, unceded, seized territory of the Gabrielino Tongva and Gabrielino Kizh peoples. Rick Zabur, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Assembly Member Zabur, come to the... To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much, Assembly Member Zabur. And Madam City Clerk, can we have a roll call, please?
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Present.
Mayor Meister.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Okay, next is approval of the agenda. Can I just get a motion to approve? Mayor Pro Tem?
I wanted to, are you going to ask staff first? Or I had some.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does staff have any changes to the agenda?
No, Mayor, we do not have any changes this evening.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, I was going to try to get some things on consent. Do you want to wait?
I'd like to wait until our new colleagues are on board, and then we can either decide then.
Can we decide then when they're...
Or we can just get through the items very quickly.
So I think you could do it either way. You could do approval of the agenda now, saying we're not going to move anything at this time, and we'll wait for the new council members to be installed. And then after newly installed council member comments, we could go back to approval of the agenda if the council is amenable to that.
I think that's good. Yeah.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the agenda.
Second. Our screens aren't working.
The screen's not working.
Because we've already put the new council members on the dais, so just for roll call purposes and so the public understands, for right now, we're going to approve the agenda as it is. Once the new council members have been installed and after they've made their comments, we will go back to this item to see if there are any items the council would like to move. So I will do a roll call vote for this part. Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Yes,
So for now, the agenda is as is. Thank you.
thank you. Any adjournment motions?
Yes, please.
Go ahead,
Great.
Councilmember Erickson.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I would like to adjourn in motion of sports writer Grant Wall, who died tragically while he was in attendance at the World Cup. So I would like to adjourn in his memory first, and then also I would like to adjourn in memory of Dave Rodas. Dave Rodas worked at the Los Angeles LGBT Center as a member of the WehoLife program. She was tragically found dead on December 1st. The circumstances surrounding her death are still being investigated. Day was a transgender woman of color. Her family and colleague expressed that Day seemed like she was beginning a new chapter shortly before her death, one where she could finally be her authentic self. Our condolences go out to Day's family and friends during this very difficult time, as well as her colleagues at the LA LGBT Center who are very much mourning her loss. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Erickson. I'd like to adjourn in memory of Georgia Holt, grandmother of longtime resident Chaz Bono. Not only was Miss Holt Cher's mom, but she was also a respected singer-songwriter, actress, and model. She was 96. I'd also like to at least mention P22, the mountain lion who became a celebrity after crossing 2 freeways to get from the Santa Monica Mountains to Griffith Park. To talk about resilience. Rest in peace, P22. Okay. And we have no presentations, but we do have a special item. Would you like to, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Councilmember Erickson. This item declares the results of the November 8th, 2022 election. And our new council members being installed this evening are Councilmember John Heilman,
have a little bit of respect here. Okay.
Councilmember Chelsea Byers. And our current mayor, Councilmember Lauren Meister.
Okay. And so what do we do next? Do we?
So if I can get a
certify-
motion to
to
approve the resolution
I'll-
certifying?
I'll make the motion certifying the election.
And I will second.
So we have a motion on the floor by Councilmember Erickson, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Shine. I will now do a roll call vote. Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
The motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you. Okay, and now we have council member comments on the special item, if you wish.
Before we start, for members of the audience, we have a lot of items. This is a special evening for many members at the dais. If we could keep it cordial this evening, you will have your opportunity to speak. So we would appreciate decorum in the room. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Erickson.
John Heilman, congratulations, welcome back. I started as an intern right there in your office, as well as with the rest of the city council. It has always been my honor to one day serve with someone I consider a personal hero, and I'm really excited to start this next chapter. Congratulations. And my good friend Chelsea Byers, now council member Chelsea Byers, really soon. You walked the walk, you talked the talk, you knocked so many doors, and I never doubted you for a second. Congratulations, Councilmember Chelsea Byers.
Well, congratulations to both of you, Councilmember John Heilman. You gave me a chance to serve as your appointee on the Lesbian Gay Advisory Board, now the LGBTQ+ Commission, and then I sat right here in this seat on the Business License Commission from your appointment, and I am excited to have you now sit next to me. I don't know for how long, but I'm really looking forward to serving with you, and congratulations on your reelection. And council member-elect, I guess, Chelsea Byers. I am so excited for you. I am really looking forward to continuing the progressive work that we've done in West Hollywood in the past 2 years and bringing West Hollywood into the future with equity and inclusivity. I am ecstatic that we still have our female majority and that we have another incredible queer woman on the dais with me. So congratulations.
Thank you. And I'll save my comments for later, but I will say congratulations, John Heilman, Chelsea Byers. It will be a pleasure to serve with you both, and I look forward to you getting up here on the dais. So on that note, we are going to have Chelsea Byers will be sworn in.
Raise your right hand. I, Chelsea Byers,
I, Chelsea Byers,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that while serving in the office of council member
that while serving in the office of council member
of the City of West Hollywood,
of the City of West Hollywood,
I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully
and I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter. Thank you.
Congratulations. And next, we will have the swearing in of John Heilman.
I have it practically memorized, but just in case. I, John Heilman,
I, John Heilman,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that while serving in the office
that while serving in the office
of council member of the City of West Hollywood,
of council member in the City of West Hollywood,
I will support and defend
I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely
I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay. Michael Willens, please report to the microphone.
Okay.
Raise my right hand.
Yep.
Make me laugh.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Lauren Meister, do solemnly swear
I, Lauren Meister, do solemnly swear,
that while serving in the office of council member of the City of West Hollywood,
while serving in the office as council member in the City of West Hollywood,
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California.
and the Constitution of the State of California.
I will bear true faith and allegiance
I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California.
to the Constitution of the United States and to the Constitution of the State of California.
I take this obligation freely,
I take this obligation freely,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
and I will well and faithfully discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. I was going to give it to her. Put that back in there.
Mayor, before we move on, I simply want to state for the record that Councilmember Chelsea Byers and Councilmember John Heilman have been sworn in, and moving forward will be voting members on tonight's agenda.
Excellent. Okay, and now we will hear from our newly elected council members. Councilmember Byers.
Thank you all so much. Wow, I'm grateful that my first words in this mic were thank you. I am. It's really incredible. I'm truly humbled by the support and the possibilities I feel in this moment. I want to take a few moments to just share a few very important thank yous. First, everyone who's here in this room tonight and watching from home. The energy I'm feeling in this room is truly radiating, and I know the viewers at home can feel it too. I want to say a huge thank you to my community in Arizona who can't be here tonight, but it supported me all the way here in doing this here. It means the absolute world to me, especially that my student government advisor, Tamara Scott, who you saw on the screen behind us, was here to sign the oath of office, not only for me, but for the three of us who are getting sworn in tonight. Access and inclusion are really important values to this community, and I appreciate her being here to uplift these values with me tonight. I want to especially thank her and my other teachers from my public school experience who may be watching. The people who make it their mission to help young people learn and grow are the true shapers of the future, and my life would not be the same if not for that support. I want to thank the city staff and my colleagues on council who have been incredibly helpful with this onboarding. In particular, Melissa, Jenny, PJ in tech, David Wilson, Lauren Langer, Raul in maintenance who helped me get into this building before my badge became available. Thank you, Abby and Lindsay, also for all the wisdom you've shared from holding these seats yourselves. Thank you to my team, a few of you who are here tonight, but Elizabeth, Barbara, Avery, Cayenne, Jonathan, Karen, Emmanuel, Jorge, Paco, and the organizations and individuals who fueled this effort. My parents and my brother who helped me do everything I've ever dreamed. I'm really excited to see you all in just a few days. I have endless gratitude for my partner, Austin, who has supported me in more ways than I can ever name. Yeah, give him a round. That's pretty cool that he gets a round of applause too, but more than 10 years with you, and I'm more in love and grateful for you every day. And finally, just a huge thank you to all who held a vision for our community and our city. You are the ones who make it exciting and worth the effort every single day to engage in this work, and I'm so thrilled for the opportunity to co-create our future with you all. Thank you.
Councilmember Heilman.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. I wanted to start by thanking the voters of the City of West Hollywood for giving me another opportunity to serve this community that I love so very much. I really appreciate the people who have supported me, and some of them have supported me throughout my service to the City of West Hollywood, and some of them have joined my team, and some people supported me maybe a little bit reluctantly because they thought I was the better alternative. And then, of course, it was a very close election, so we know that some people supported other candidates, and there were a lot of fine people running for office this time. Whether you supported me or you supported other candidates, I pledge that I'm going to do everything in my power to serve everyone in this community, the residents, the businesses, all of our visitors here. I'm going to do my best to serve everyone to the best of my ability for the next 4 years. And I think I probably speak for all of the candidates in this last election. I want to send a special thank you to Melissa and to everyone in her team and her office for doing such a wonderful job of helping the candidates and assisting us through the electoral process. You do a fantastic job, and we're very lucky to have you. And though my former colleagues, Lindsay and John D'Amico, aren't here tonight, I want to thank them for all of their years of service. Lindsay, her commitment to women and girls, her incredible advocacy to bring Metro Rail to West Hollywood, just really a superb council member and colleague, and I want to thank her. And think about it, it's fairly incredible that a city of our size with, less than 2 square miles, only 36,000 people, we have one of our former members is a county supervisor, another former member is the county assessor, and of course Paul Koretz was an assembly member and served in the city of Los Angeles for many years. It's really incredible that we have produced so many countywide and state leaders. I guess it says that if you can survive the politics of West Hollywood, you can survive anywhere. And I want to especially thank former council member D'Amico for his years of service on the council, a credible advocate for our dog parks, for the pickup line, and even before that, his many years of service on our planning commission. Many of the buildings that have been built in the city of West Hollywood have benefited from his insight and his professional outlook. So I want to thank him for all of his service. And I'm going to keep my remarks brief. I just want to say to my new colleagues and former colleagues, and I guess all of us are current colleagues, I really look forward to working with all of you, with David and Lauren and all of the city staff. It's great to be back, and I look forward to the 4 years ahead. Thank you.
So I have a few comments as well. I first of all want to thank my family. My sister Debbie Meister is here representing the whole Meister crew. Jackie and Marty Meister at home watching. My parents, they've always been supportive and they've been the best family ever. I want to thank my best friend, Michael Willens. Thank you for being here. Thank you for swearing me in rather than swearing at me. And you mean the world to me, really. I want to thank my campaign team, the volunteers, and the voters for making this campaign an incredible success with my 6,070 votes. I don't often toot my horn, but I'm going to do it now. At our previous meeting, one of my colleagues talked about working with me as long as it didn't conflict with her core values. And thinking about that, I decided it's important for me to begin my third and final term on this council by clearly expressing my core values, not only to my colleagues, but to the residents I'm here to represent. I spent many years before being elected to council working on various issues alongside my fellow residents in nearly every single neighborhood in the city. I realized over and over again how much our core values aligned regardless of the issue. Those core values, those of the residents, are also my core values. Listening to one another, respecting one another, celebrating both our differences and our commonality, standing up for each other, caring about each other, working together to find solutions to make all of our lives not only more livable, but more enjoyable. These core values inform my decisions in all matters that come before us. How is that? By being responsive to the city's residents, by making public safety a priority, by protecting our tenants so they can continue to live and thrive in the community that they love, by supporting and promoting the diverse businesses that make the city unique, vibrant, and economically successful, by continuing to encourage the creativity, innovation, and diversity that has made West Hollywood such a wonderful place to live. The ends justify the means mentality truly has no place in our city. This does not reflect our city's core values. Even our online ethics training, which I just completed, in the closing thoughts section acknowledges, and I quote, "In politics, there is a great temptation to engage in ends-means thinking, in which one is tempted to conclude that good or desirable ends justify the means. As both Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Gandhi have observed, the means are the end in a democracy, and good ends cannot come from questionable means." So my hope is that as we move forward, we can recognize the value of having diverse opinions and working towards consensus versus a take-no-prisoners approach. I look forward to working with all my colleagues on future initiatives, and I hope we can find common ground more often than not to better the lives of our residents, to help our businesses to grow, and to keep West Hollywood a city that not only welcomes diversity, but also a diversity of opinions. Thank you. Please. And now we will move on to public comment.
Mayor, did we want to go back to approval of the
Oh,
agenda
yes.
now that we have the full council seated?
Sure, let's go back to approval of the agenda.
And for council members Vire and Heilman, there are no changes from staff.
So, do any of my colleagues want to make any recommendations to our agenda?
Yes.
Mayor
thank
Pro
you.
Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to try to move a few items to consent, if there's consensus for that. Item 4B, which is discussion regarding resuming teleconference meetings for the city's commissions and advisory boards.
Yes.
Is that okay with you?
It's okay with me, but I know that the numbers have changed recently, and I'm not sure if it's still necessary to do that, but I'm okay with moving the item to consent. I think it gives our staff the authority to do whatever is necessary.
Yeah, we're still at high transmission level, the last I checked. So I can come back.
The item does allow us to go back to in-person meetings if it goes back to medium or low transmissions.
Okay, so we'll be moving 4B to consent.
Thank
Any
you.
other-
And I'd like to try to move 4D to consent, response to nighttime safety study session.
I was actually going to suggest that maybe we can consider that along with 4B, or 4C and 4E. They seem all related, if that's possible.
That's what I would suggest as well, that we just talk about everything together, if that's okay? Okay.
And then my next one is 5A, resolution of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood approving purchase of real property located at 1047 North Crescent Heights Boulevard in the City of West Hollywood.
And am I seeing head shaking? That's to go to consent. Okay, and if anyone has any comments on them, you can bring that up during consent, during your council member comments.
Do we need a motion to approve as amended?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Okay.
Do we want to use our buttons?
Yes, let's use our buttons.
Does it give you your button or no
Not
button?
giving me a button.
It's not giving you a
Oh, because
button.
the request for a motion was not used.
Ah.
The button wasn't used, that's why.
So,
Should let you know, but if
Councilmember Harmon, if you do request to motion, maybe it will,
Yes.
And then Chelsea.
oh, it's not moving.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor, and I will simply do a roll call vote.
That's, sounds like the
Councilmember
thing to do.
Byers. Aye. Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
We have an agenda as amended.
Excellent. Okay, now we are going to move on to public comment. The City Council values your comments. However, pursuant to the Brown Act, Council cannot take action on items not listed on the posted agenda. The public comment period is limited to 20 minutes, with 2 minutes allotted for each speaker. This public comment period is to address the City Council on consent calendar items, other agenda items if the member of the public cannot be present at the time the item is considered, or items of general interest within the jurisdiction of the City Council. Another period is also reserved for general comment later in the meeting for those who could not be heard at this time. Public hearing testimony, and we do have a public hearing tonight, will only be taken at the time of the hearing. Okay. Do we have speakers as well on Zoom?
We have 2 speakers in Zoom.
Let's start with the comments from Zoom.
Their general public comment, is that fine?
Oh, no.
Yeah, okay.
Let's start then with consent. M. Eli Al-Yashmerni.
Good evening. I'm the president of the Iranian American Jewish Federation. I come to you to ask you to support the consent item to you, the valiant efforts of the Iranian people to rid themselves of a sadistic malocracy known as the Islamic Republic of Iran. The role of a government is to protect its people. This illegitimate government kills its own best and brightest young people. What are the protesters after? Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, woman, life, freedom. Is this any different from what the framers of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson identified as an inalienable right life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Life is impossible without woman. Liberty is liberty, and pursuit of happiness is in fact how we live our lives. So they are exactly the same dreams: Zan, Zendegi, Azadi, life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. The price of liberty is high. America paid a high price in 1776, but America had the support of France against England. The Iranian people need us, America. Thank you.
Thank you. Adam Seidman, to be followed by Nushin Meshka. Adam?
Good evening, City Council members and City staff. Thank you very much for taking the time to consider item 2K, the speed lumps on Poinsettia Place and Drive. And thank you very much to City staff and the Transportation Commission for your work to bring this matter to Council. My name is Adam Sidman, and my family has lived on Poinsettia Place for over 6 years. On behalf of countless residents of both streets, I am speaking tonight in support of the installation of the speed lumps. This is a critical matter of public safety and safety of property. My family and neighbors find the installation of the speed lumps to be imperative to protect residents' safety. On a near daily basis, my family hears and then notices a vehicle roaring down the street at speeds exceeding 40 miles per hour. With a curious 3-year-old who can outrun me and fearlessly enters the neighborhood street, we regularly fear that he will enter the street and be hit by a speeding vehicle. Cars traveling at these speeds are unable to react to a child or animal or pet suddenly appearing between the tightly parked cars. It is only a matter of time before an unfortunate combination of someone entering the street occurs simultaneously with a car speeding recklessly down the street. With the advent of electric cars, which are nearly silent and unable to provide an auditory warning of the vehicle's approach, the danger to pedestrians and animals is increasing, forcing greater danger every year. Further, there is no sidewalk on the north side of Hampton, forcing every resident on Poinsettia Place to cross the street at a non-designated place without a crosswalk. Please let us act in advance of tragedy and not as a reaction. Thank you very much for your support on this item.
Thank you. Nushin Meskath, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente. I'm sorry if I got your last name wrong.
Dushin Meshkadi. I'm actually a resident of Beverly Hills, and I saw what you have as far as resolution coming forward in support of Iranian people who have been fighting for past several months, starting in September. All they're fighting for is their basic human rights. And everyone on the street that is asking for their human rights are actually being captivated, and some have been executed. There are 2 more people that have been moved to solitary, and they're going to be executed. We're hoping not, but normally that's the routine they do. They take them from prison to solitary, and then the next day they hang them in the streets. And this is basically to bring fear to the remainder people to stop. And the young generation that have been fighting for their freedom, for the first time ever, a women-led revolution has actually started, and it has brought the generations together. And this is a fight that is not going to stop. There is no going back to these people. They have lost everything, and they see no future for themselves. And all the kids that are being murdered, whether they're murdered on the streets or executed and hung on the streets, the parents bring the letter left behind, and they say, please do not cry for me, do not stop. I'm hoping the resolutions you're bringing forward will soon follow, encouraging the state and federal congressional reps to adopt extended and targeted sanctions on regimes, leadership, and their family, their spouses, children, their offsprings, adult offsprings, so that we can use their funds in favor of the the young people on the streets that are fighting for their freedom. Thank you for paying attention to this matter. We just need to expand the awareness. Thank you again.
Thank you. Annie Jump Vicente, to be followed by Sharon N.
Hi. So 2 weeks ago, I was here speaking about domestic violence inside of my building. Just like I told you, the sheriffs don't friggin' do anything about it. And look what happened this time. 2 days later, they come to my house. Someone apparently had called LASD using my name about someone in my building, people that weren't even there. LASD shows up. I ask for a warrant. They don't provide one. I say, I can't let you in. There's a number to my landlord right there. Call him. Oh, what'd they do? They grabbed the door from my hands and detained me. They threw my head into the wall, and I know all of you know about it, because kind of like the sheriff's, made a public statement about it. So I'm sitting here now in an injured neck brace, traumatized to be within my own building. I can't move because I don't make enough money to do so. I'm stuck where I am with the trauma in my building. They detained me. There were over 9 sheriffs there for one person, and yet they still didn't respond to the call in time. They arrested me because I was obstructing a peace officer, but yet after 30 minutes of them being there, did they finally investigate why they were even being there? How many times do I have to stand here and tell you, get rid of the sheriffs? They don't do anything good for anyone. I saw one of your dogs started coming down here the moment the public comment started. I wonder why. I'm tired as a trans woman being abused. You, Erickson, said last time, I'm in fear of being a white gay man in West Hollywood. Are you joking? You don't face the same stuff I do. Jesus Christ, all of you are white again. Congratulations. You did it. You made it white again. No representation. Liberal governments don't do crap for anyone. You're going to continue funding the sheriffs because you don't care about people like me. You just don't. Hey, sheriffs, get out of here. Why are there so many of you in here? Go, scram.
Annie, you need to address your comments to the council. The speaker timer went off. If you'd like to wrap up your comments, I'll give you a few more seconds to do so. Thank you.
Get rid of them. I know you obviously don't want me, or you don't want them to. You want them to continue to abuse me. You, Chelsea, where is it on your agenda? I spoke with you the Sunday after this happened, and where is it? You didn't do anything. Nice job, your first time here. You didn't put anything on the agenda. Good job. Meister, seriously, are you kidding me? You friggin' you won an election on it. Seppi, I don't have anything to say to you. I really don't care. Heilman, you the same thing. None of you actually care about public safety. You're going to continue funding the sheriffs until we're all beaten to death. Have fun, Erickson and the rest of you.
Sharon N., to be followed by Chad Kroger.
Sharon N., if you're in the room, it's your turn to speak.
Is Sharon N. here? Okay, Sharon.
Are we doing the to you right now? Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Setbi Shine, for bringing this resolution to our attention, and so we can vote on it here. As an Iranian refugee and now proud citizen of America, my heart is absolutely breaking for my fellow countrymen and countrywomen who have had to endure horrendous crimes against humanity. I was a little girl when we escaped Iran, literally hours before, excuse my language, the shit hit the fan. I never fully got to experience my heritage as an Iranian, never got to fully live there and see the beauty and the history. As an adult, I often wonder what my life would have been like had we stayed. However, we couldn't stay. We saw the writing on the wall and said goodbye to a life that we knew was over. It's been decades of torture, murder, oppression for the Iranian people, and maybe it took the third generation post-revolution youth to realize how bad it really is. The world can no longer ignore the atrocities committed by the Islamic regime. If we don't keep this momentum to push and advocate for democracy, freedom, and the end of the Ayatollahs, if there is no end to this sadistic regime, people will continue to be imprisoned, tortured, raped, murdered for no reason except that they were protesting for their basic human rights. Women and those brave men who are standing with them are all warriors, freedom fighters, true revolutionaries. May we see a free Iran in our lifetime. I thank you again, Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine, for bringing this to everyone's attention, and I thank the City Council for voting on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Chad Kroger, to be followed by Mariah Darling. Chad?
What up, Council? My name is Chad Kroger. Council, what does it mean to be a man? For me, it's always been about being there for your boys and your lady and having a ripped rig earned through hard work. I've always had heroes who were jacked. I grew up in the Bay Area, which is tough for me to admit, but I really love Barry Bonds. And when I found out he was sauced to the gills on steroids, I was hurt, and it made me super distrustful. Until a year ago when I found a new ethical hero, the Liver King. He was jacked and tan and all natural, or so we thought. When it was revealed to the world that the Liver King was on roids, I was absolutely shocked. I mean, could you have seen it coming? He has an incredible work ethic. He has a family.
People are now saying The Rock's on roids.
I mean, can we believe in anything anymore? But maybe the problem isn't them. Maybe the problem is us. Why do we Jew shame these wonderful men who just want to inspire us with their incredible rigs? These dudes are risking great bodily harm, short-term and long-term, to inspire us, not to mention bitch tits. We don't shame fat people or people who have plastic surgery, which is good. So maybe we should lay off the people who are on gym candy. That is why we are proposing a national coming out day for everyone who is on steroids. A day where they can say what they're on without fear of shame or loss of sponsorships. Because the most manly thing a person can be is honest about how they got so jacked. Captain America had serum. So does the Liver King. Thank you.
Mariah Darling, to be followed by Rena Goldman.
Hello. So recently, I had to witness my dear friend and roommate be aggressively attacked by police officers, and the attacks were unwarranted. Her hands were full of groceries. She's not a big girl. They're armed. She's not. There was no reason for 5 squad cars and like a large number of officers. And what I witnessed was traumatizing for me. I know it was traumatizing for her to actually endure that. And I'm listening to like the people's reactions in the audience, and it's really like extremely discouraging. Like, I can't believe that the previous presentation was more like valuable to them than advocating for people's lives. I'm a Black trans woman, and I'm responsible for a lot of the queer freedoms we have, and Black trans women before me are responsible for a lot of the culture in this city and in our community, and I will not be discounted or laughed at. My life matters. Annie's life matters. We have family members that love us. I have parents that love me. I'm educated. I have goals. and I'm a human being, and I will not be laughed at. And the police need to be held accountable, and they need to ultimately be fired or resign, the individuals that did this to her. This happens every day to women like me, and they're not so lucky to still be here like Annie is.
Thank you, Mariah. Rena Goldman. Rena Goldman.
Here. So, Annie Jump is not the first friend and neighbor that I have watched brutalized by police. I moved here from a low-income community in Washington, D.C., one where there was often gun violence. It was well known that the police would wait until the shooting was over before they would show up. When they did patrol, they bullied the community. They did not stop or solve crime, and they did not de-escalate. I was put into situations where I myself had to de-escalate police aggression to keep people safe, and I can tell you I'm better at it than the police are. Police protect property and wealth. They do not keep communities safe. Using policing as a one-size-fits-all solution to crime and violence is a dangerous policy choice made by elected officials. It's also lazy, and it's not evidence-based. If you want to reduce crime, you need to invest in the community, provide much-needed social services. People need housing. They need health care. Trauma-informed care is huge, and we never hear about that. And people need living wages, education, programs that connect the community. When people get into desperate situations, they do desperate things. So instead of throwing police at a situation, I really urge you all to look at the root causes of these issues and address the root causes rather than just coming in and brutalizing people. I ask this council to invest in the community going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rena. Jonathan Harling. Jonathan Harling, to be followed by Andy Short.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here to speak on what happened to Annie Jump, who is a friend of mine. I'm from the DC area, and I'm no stranger to police violence. I'm no stranger to seeing people be assaulted, to see people's rights being violated. But what I am new to is seeing how people just like walk around as if they don't see what's happening, as if they don't see people that need help. And you continue to, I see the block by block people pushing the people away. They don't physically touch them, but they stand over them until they move. But these people have no place to go. Where are they supposed to go? If you're homeless and rent keeps, or unhoused, rent keeps going up, your jobs don't always raise your pay, so what are you supposed to do? You get an illness, you get sick, what are you supposed to do? A lot of you are lucky enough to have people to help you, to support you. I don't have that help. My mother's dead and gone. My father was worthless. A lot of us don't have that option. I'm not going to join the military and go abroad and drop bombs on people that I care about, that I don't know. We need to start, and this whole, we need to help Iran, I get it, but we have poor people here that we can help. Where's their help? Can we do something for some people here without the money? This is ridiculous that we have to keep like begging for money that people pay taxes for, and you keep saying, no, we can't help you. No, we can't help you. Or not now, maybe later. Well, when's the time? That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jonathan. Andy Short, to be followed by Jordan David.
Hello, my name is Andy Short. I am a former resident. I come to you with a message of gratitude. So I'm a former resident and a person in recovery for the last 12 years. I'm also the senior program manager for the Phoenix, which is a nonprofit that serves the sober community through free events for anyone with 48 hours of recovery, fitness events, social events, etc. As many of you are aware, the drug and alcohol-free party boom was not slated to happen this year for New Year's. It's a space that the city has typically supported and helped make happen. And in light of that, and in light of 1,280% increase in fentanyl overdoses in the last 5 years in the county, 2 years of consecutive overdoses nationally. I know you thought I was going to be light. We knew that we needed to have that space, right? And so we at the Phoenix and the sober community applied for that funding put up by the city. It was, I believe, a couple weeks ago that it was actually approved, so we're moving very fast. And the city council officials acted incredibly fast. I'm from Boston, and I've worked in nonprofit for 10 years. I've worked with city and local electeds, and this has been the most wonderful process I've ever been through. It's been really, really supportive for this community. So I'm happy to let everyone know we'll be doing a party called Vibes. It'll be a drug and alcohol-free space for folks on New Year's that is supported by the city. It's going to be astrological themed, so it's going to get weird. And I really want to especially thank Councilmember Erickson, Commissioner Palmieri, Board Member Gamboa, Andy Lovano, the Community and Legislative Affairs Manager at the city, and Jasmine Duckworth, the Community and Programs Coordinator, for helping make that happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Andy. Jordan David to be followed by Julian Rich.
Good evening. My name is Jordan David. I'm a member of the WeHo Social Justice Coalition and a voter in West Hollywood. I know new and returning council members are coming in with their own set of items for the year, but if you're really here to represent us, it should be the people who set the agenda. So in the interest of democracy, I want to give you a brief overview of the people's agenda being developed by the community. First, fire the cops that illegally brutalized our community member, Annie Jump. We continue to demand a reimagining of public safety that centers care without cops or cages. Number two, house everyone. We have all the resources to end homelessness in West Hollywood, and it's time that we use them. Extend the eviction moratorium, open and expedite rental assistance, build social housing, and stop investing in jails like what recipients call Project No Key. This meeting doesn't allow time to address all items, but the crux of our ask is an end to state violence in all forms. This means funding services, thriving wages for workers, reparations for descendants of people that were enslaved, ending support for imperialist war and Zionism, climate justice, and curbing gentrification. We demand a WeHo that works for everyone, not just your wealthy investors. Thank you.
Thank you. Julian Rich to be followed by Sybil Zayden.
Hello, my name is Julian Rich. I've given many public comments, but I have to say my hands are really shaking because just being in a room that is so quick to dismiss hate towards trans people makes me uncomfortable. It's disappointing. I am a teacher. My students call me Mix Rich, and being one of the only trans teachers at my school, I'm not the only, one of the only, I am the only one, and I've always ever been the only person. I've counted and kept track of how many students over my 4 years at this particular school have come out to me as trans. I have 87 in counting. 87. Many of them actually live in West Hollywood. And so when I hear that we have deputies who are, I have had the unfortunate, the unfortunate to be around a lot of law enforcement in my life, and the West Hollywood sheriffs are some of the most brutal individuals I have ever come in contact with, ever. They are quick to go to violence. I am so scared for my young kids, right? This cannot continue. You have got to fire the officers who did this illegal, not to mention just violent, and that it's somehow okay for them to just be violent, that is in their job description, but they also illegally arrested this individual, and he jumped. We stick together. We are a family, and I am so beyond frustrated at the treatment that Annie Jump has gotten from this group of individuals and from this city council is disappointing. In a city that is so based on queer rights that we dismiss trans people and trans pain. It is ridiculous, and you've got to do something about it. Fire those officers and reimagine public safety with the people's budget.
Thank you, Julian. Sybil Zayden to be followed by Dimitri Kermani.
Okay. Hi, Sybil Zayden, resident of West Hollywood for 44 years by the Sunset Strip. Congratulations to our elected council members, and thank you to our existing council members for their dedication and hard work. When I was in high school, my teachers called me a creative person. And then that was back east. So I attended UCLA and moved to West Hollywood, where I felt like home and I felt very grounded here. And this was 44 years ago, and almost. And then in 1985, I got involved with the city, with the cityhood. It was just wonderful to see a city grow and become what it is today, thanks to all who were involved in making it that way. And I was involved in many parts of the city. In those days, it was bike races, running races. We had them in the city. And also, I was involved with the elections, et cetera, as a election inspector for many years. But I just want to say thank you, and I want to continue being involved, and my heart is with you. And I love the city, and I love you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Sybil. Dimitri Kermani, followed by Danny Hang.
Good evening. First and foremost, I want to congratulate Mayor Meister on your re-election, Councilmember Heilman on your return, and Councilmember Byers, welcome to West Hollywood. Public safety has been a hot topic within the city for quite some time now. I think we're probably coming on in about 3 or 4 years since it's been taken over a lot of Public Safety Commission meetings and many of our city council meetings. And with the changing of the guard here in West Hollywood, I would like to encourage all of our council members, our mayor, and public safety commissioners to attend a lot of the new programs that the fire department and sheriff department have put forward. Things like CERT, which I just completed about a month ago or so. The Community Police Academy, which I found to be incredibly invaluable. I went in there blindly. I got to meet some incredible people like Deputy District Attorney John Hatami, who was able to explain to us the process of the criminal justice system and how things work from the police on up. We were also able to meet a lot of people from different departments within the sheriff department. And through CERT itself, just having that opportunity to be a part of the community and work with other local community members was invaluable. I recently did a seminar and presentation outside of the city that I was invited to by the FBI on mass shootings, and I serve as a liaison from the Sheriff Department here in West Hollywood and as a civilian volunteer to the Jewish community here in West Hollywood. So with that being said, I really do hope that we get participation. I know our mayor has participated in these activities before, and really look forward to the rest of you joining us in the future and allowing ourselves to be educated. Tonight, I heard 3 people take an oath of office. Just over a week ago, I heard no different oath from Sheriff Luna, and it's the same oath that every single deputy and every firefighter takes here within the county. And so I believe your oath the same way that I believe all of their oaths. And when you swear on something, I want you to know that I have my faith fully behind each and every one of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dimitri. Danny Hang, followed by Genevieve Morrill.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and Council. My name is Danny, and I'm a resident of West Hollywood. I just wanted to congratulate Mayor Meister, Councilmember Hyman, and Councilmember Byers on your election to the Council. Happy Hanukkah to all of my Jewish friends. And I want to express my support for item 2U, especially in light of the unjust death of Masa Amini and the countless other Iranian citizens who have fallen victim to an oppressive and brutal regime. West Hollywood is a progressive city that values tolerance, free speech, and human rights, as human rights are also women's rights. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Genevieve Morrill, to be followed by Nicholas Roybal.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Genevieve Morrill, President and CEO of the West Hollywood Chamber of Commerce, and happy Hanukkah. I wanted to congratulate Mayor Meister for her being newly elected. Councilmember Heilman, welcome back. And Councilmember Byers, thank you for being here and having the courage to run for council. I say about that about small businesses that it's not for the timid. I don't think running for any public service takes a lot of courage. So thank you for being here and doing that and being of service. The Chamber, as many of you know, we've been touting our 100, and now we're 102 years old. Was very instrumental in the development of this city and the business community. And hopefully we'll be here for another 100. Maybe not with me. I'd be 161. I wouldn't look very good. But the relationship with City Council and City Hall and staff is so extremely important to us, to the Chamber, and to the business community that it represents. And the Chamber's role is to advocate the interests and the position of our businesses to the respective government. And so sometimes we're not always going to get along, but many, many times we do. Most times we do. We find compromise, we find common ground, and there's ways that we can get through. And so it's our hope, and my board and our members, that we can move forward in 2023 with open hearts and open minds and find ways to help our businesses be sustainable, remain open, and bring costs down for our residents and our visitors. And we look forward to working with all of you in 2023.
Thank you, Genevieve. Nicholas Roybal, followed by Rachel Nagent.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. When I was young, I used to admire intelligent people. As I grow older, I admire kind people. Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel. I have to stop and honor the pain in this room. The hurt, the lack of safety, that there are people in this room, our brothers and sisters, who don't feel safe, who have been violenced. I'm sorry, Annie. That does require attention. I am brown. I am queer. I am non-binary. I am a Roybal, 5th generation. This body and this voice holds you. I'm sorry. Madam Mayor Meister, you are kind. Councilmember Byers, you are kind. Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine, you are really kind. You are love. You are light. Councilmember Erickson, you are kind. Councilmember Heilman, you are kind. And to everyone here, we are all kind. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Nicholas. Rachel Nagent, followed by Jonathan Wilson.
Council members, my name is Rachel Nagant, and I am a member of the Lavender Guard. And I'd like to speak to you a little bit more broadly about the epidemic of escalating fascist terrorism facing the queer and trans communities across this country. Wherever you look, whether it's in Texas, whether it's in Florida, the South, the Midwest, California, or West Hollywood, everywhere you look, this issue is affecting trans people and queer people, and not just us either. 10,000 people, 40,000 people, more than that, are out of power because a gang of fascists wanted to cut off a drag show in North Carolina. The liberal bourgeois establishment has only given us one course of reconciliation. They want us, you want us, to put our faith in the cops. You want us to put our faith in your state to protect us. And yet only recently, there was a civilian oversight commission that confirmed, acknowledged formally the existence of LASD gangs. What has been done about that? The brutalization of my sister Annie Jump is only the most recent crime that they have committed since then. How can you expect us to have faith in your leadership and your state when the people that are supposed to be protecting us have impunity to brutalize us? And I want you to understand that until these pigs are held responsible, until every single sheriff with a connection to LASD gangs is held responsible, you all are complicit. Every drop of blood, every black eye, every illegal detention, that's on your heads.
Thank you, Rachel. Jonathan Wilson. Annie, I think the sign is still up here. Does someone want to take that? Did someone want to grab the sign? You don't want to leave it here? Thank you. Jonathan Wilson.
Thank you. Good evening, council people. Congratulations to all the new council members and the returning legacy council members. I have a dream that one day there might also be a black council member. But I am happy that all of you are there. As a member of the City of West Hollywood's resident community and also a business owner, I want to thank you in advance for all of the work that you will do over the next year and years to come in support of Social Justice Task Force. This is just a reminder that on October 17th, the City Council unanimously passed the Social Justice Task Force recommendations and agreed to permanently install the Social Justice Commission of sorts. I would like for you to also provide 2 updates on January 23rd during the council meeting. One, I want to make sure that we recall that we want to align our recommendations. And by that I mean we want to validate that every single one of the Social Justice Task Force recommendations have been assigned to a staff member as specifically requested by the City Council on October 17th, and that should be done by January 23rd. I also want to understand what the next steps are for permanence. On a high level, maybe understand what the timeline looks like and also the general status on when that will be implemented. And again, I'm requesting that update for January 23rd. With that said, I look forward to working with all of you, and I'm excited to see what we can build together.
Thank you, Jonathan. Jackie Steele, to be followed by Wes Siegmiller.
Good evening, Council. I too want to just take a moment and stop and acknowledge Annie and your experience. You don't know this probably, but I did speak against the forcible removal from the Public Safety Commission meeting, as I am a Public Safety Commissioner, but was not present for that evening. So I apologize that happened. That should not have happened. And the bodies that you spoke about being afraid and insecure in the community from should not have been utilized to forcibly remove you. So I want to acknowledge that and let you know that I spoke out about it then, I'll speak out about it now, and continue to. So we see you and we hear you, and thank you. And I know for the community, it's really hard sometimes to understand, you've all heard me say this, but it's very hard to understand sometimes when someone's so upset because you don't have that perspective, you don't have that lens, you don't understand, you're not marginalized in that way. So rather than trying to silence someone, I would just encourage you to engage in community, engage with the trans community, engage with our siblings, especially if you're an elder queer.
Jackie, can you address us,
Oh, sorry,
please?
thanks. Okay, then they can hear me. And get engaged, so I suggest that everybody does that. In addition, I want to support Jonathan Wilson and the work of the Social Justice Task Force. I was thrilled to see that vote happen, and I look forward to seeing that brought to a much higher level of fruition, and I think that body should also engage with everybody in the city and staff. I do want to welcome and congratulate our new appointed council members and current Mayor Lauren Meister. Welcome back to John Heilman, who I've sat through many meetings with and look forward to many more. And of course, Chelsea Byers, thank you for your work then and now for the city. And then finally, I just want to recognize Seppi Shine as the only queer woman of color on the dais. Because erasure for any reason is inappropriate, and we cannot stand for that as queer community. So thank you for your leadership, thank you for your work, and I'll catch you later. Thanks.
Wes Siegmiller, to be followed by James Dean Lestrange.
Hi, everyone. Hi, everyone. My name is West. It's really beautiful to see the community come out. Thank you to everyone. I'm so sorry for what happened to you, Annie. And people that have been living in West Hollywood that have been dealing with the sheriffs know that there's a lot of messed up shit that happens. So you're not alone in seeing that. And thank you, Jackie, for trying to remind people to extend beyond their own experience with stuff like this. So basically, I wanted to speak about give me one second. I wanted to speak about the Community Safety and Wellbeing Strategy report. It's really dense, so I don't want to get into all of it now, but it's important to speak about the issues of leveraging, here's what it says, leveraging technology to help deter and collect information on crime and incident response issues. Seems innocuous enough, right? But I just want to make sure that we're not overextending with surveillance state, like policing. That's just not what could happen in West Hollywood, and we cannot let, efforts to reform or to optimize our law enforcement be used as a cover to further erode privacy and just freedom in West Hollywood. I mean, the other thing I wanted to mention is it specifically mentions strengthening the work with the Regional Intelligence Center, the Joint Regional Intelligence Center. So look, I know it's important to work with, intel agencies. For West Hollywood, we're a site of violence that's happened, but we already have like these fusion centers that are expanding locally in LA. If you've been paying attention, that's been happening for the last couple years. And I haven't heard anybody speak about that. And that's happening in West Hollywood. This is like a test site for that sort of stuff. So that's what we're gonna be talking about the next year. At least that's what I'm gonna be talking about, and I hope that you people do too.
Thanks, Wes. James Dean Lestrange. James. Followed by Rusty Wiggs.
My name is James Dean Lestrange. I'm not from here. I'm an autistic person who came from the other side of this country because I thought this was the safe place. I thought I was allowed to go outside here without being terrified. And then I hear, literally less than 2 weeks ago, like the same thing that would happen in North Carolina, because that's where I'm from, where the last thing just happened here, where I just moved. What is this? Is this a joke? Like, half of you aren't even looking at the people standing up here. I don't understand why this is going on. I don't understand why there's like some Chad dude who came up here as a joke to like, what, show off for a podcast or something? What is this? This isn't government. This isn't help. Like, these are real people standing in front of you. Hello, hi. Like, do you see us? Can you hear us? What is this? Those policemen need to be fired. All of this can be taken care of within the community. We are people here together. Like, when did that not be enough? I don't understand why this hasn't already been taken care of. I literally came here for sanctuary. I came here to know that I would be appreciated as a person when I walked outside, that I would be looked at as a human being. And I don't think that that's what's going on here. And it's very obvious that that's not what y'all are fighting for. And I'm not gonna stop fighting, so I'd appreciate it if you get on my fucking side. Because this is atrocious. Like, I've literally seen you playing with your phones. Like, what? They pay you for this? Like, where can I get that kind of job? I don't, this is a joke, right? Please tell me it's not. Because one of you can do something. You got the privilege. You're all white. Well, except for you. We got one. Do we? Thank you.
Rusty Wiggs. Rusty Wiggs.
Good evening, staff, council, everyone here this evening. I am a proud West Hollywood person. I am WeHo. We are WeHo. You represent all of us as WeHo. I want us to do all of us to do a 360 review on each other. I want to know what the residents think of City Council. I want the City Council to know what you think of the residents. I want the Sheriff's Department to know what they think of the residents. I want the residents to know what they think of the Sheriff's Department. I want us to start communicating. I want us to do a 360 review on each other. I want us to communicate. I want us to be a strong community. I want us to be West Hollywood. And I want us to be proud. Proud. We are a beacon of light to the universe. We stand out. We are important because we are West Hollywood. And we have to communicate, all of us, together. Who are we? What do we stand for? Who is this fabric of West Hollywood? It's time for us to tell our story. It's time for us to be the beacon of light that shines to the world. There's no gay rights all around the world. We're spoiled. We're spoiled rotten here with gay rights. We need to shine. We need to let that light shine. We need a monument. We need a light. This little light of mine. That's a song I grew up hearing. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. And I'm gonna let it shine as I'm West Hollywood. We are West Hollywood. Thank you.
Thank you, Rusty. Do we have some public comments on the Zoom?
Yes, Mayor, we have 2 speakers on Zoom.
Thank you.
Our first speaker this evening is Dwayne Paul, to be followed by Adam Darvish. Dwayne, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself. Dwayne, if you can hear us, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Perfect, thank you. Fellow residents of West Hollywood and fellow members of the City Council of the City of West Hollywood. My name is Dwayne Murphy. My pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm a resident of the County of Los Angeles who happens to work near West Hollywood in West Central LA. And I hope one of your New Year's resolutions going to the new year is accountability. Because what happened to Annie and so many other people who have been brutalized by the Sheriff's Department and other aspects of countywide public safety is atrocious. It's inhumane. And all we are asking this City Council is that they fire and decertify, if possible, the cops who brutalized Annie and so many other people like her and so many other marginalized, disenfranchised, and working class people in the city of West Hollywood. Because this stuff that's been going on in West Hollywood is going to continue unless there is accountability, unless there is justice for all people, especially our trans and non-binary siblings who live and work and study in the city of West Hollywood. And as a taxpayer of the County of Los Angeles and the state of California, I know damn well that my taxpayer dollars are going into a wicked, corrupt, racist, transphobic sheriff's department, and I've had it. And just to let y'all know, there are going to be consequences at the ballot box in 2024 and beyond. Thank you, and have a happy Christmas.
Thank you. Our final speaker on Zoom this evening is Adam Darvish. Adam, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Thank you so much. Last but not least, this is Adam Darvish. Good evening, Mayor Meister and Mayor Pro Tem Shine and council and newly elected council members. Wanted to congratulate Councilmember Byers. I want to say Chelsea, and I keep forgetting, but someone that I got close to and got to know, and I never knew an Arizona girl could have so much in common with an Iranian man and that was raised oceans away and such an age difference. But I am confident that with Councilman Harman and Byers and also the existing council members at Mayor Pro Tem Shine and Councilmember Erickson and Mayor Meister, you all will make a great team, and we'll all keep you honest and focused on task from making public comment. I wanted to also thank the candidates that ran, including myself, and how much work they put in talking to people and getting to know the needs of the city and residents and workers and everybody else, and putting their name out there. So and I got to know every one of them up close, and that was the joy of running as a candidate. Really was to get to meet everyone. I wanted to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine for item 2 to you for an experience that comes close to my heart. My father that was taken away at our house at midnight, blindfolded, and became a political prisoner for just speaking against the Islamic government. Myself at Tehran University that I had to run away at the age of 18, that almost got killed in the cafeteria in the beginning of the revolution, and just what my mother went through to get my dad out of prison after 5 years of getting petitions and never gave up. So there's the power of a female, an Iranian female, that got him out of prison after 5 years and never gave up. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Adam. Are there any other speakers?
Not on Zoom, Mayor.
We have no other speakers. Okay, then we're going to move on then to council member comments and meeting attendance reports. Would you like to start, Councilmember Byers? You do them at the same time, and you can do whichever you want first.
Oh, no. Okay, it's
screen. Okay, I will start with my attendance reporting. I attended AB 1234 ethics training on December 12th in this room. Thank you to our city clerk, Melissa Crowder, and our city attorney, Lauren Linger, for making that a very fun training on ethics. And looking forward to some of the other trainings that were discussed that night coming out as well. Just a couple quick comments, since this is my first rodeo. I wanted to just make a couple comments on consent item 2P. I'm really excited to see our city recognizing once again V-Day, especially now that it's in our 25th anniversary. I've really appreciated our city's recognition of this day throughout our history. I also, because this is sort of relevant to the conversation at hand with public safety tonight, noticed that our public safety report indicated a rise in domestic violence, 37%. It's really concerning, and given V-Day's underlining message and mission to raise awareness about intimate partner and domestic violence and promote a culture shift, I hope that this can be a continuation of this important conversation in our community. Also, item 2U, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine, for this resolution affirming our support for political prisoners and standing with Iran. And thank you to everybody who came out and spoke, particularly the last public commenter who shared their own personal experiences. It's incredibly moving, and I'm just really grateful for our Mayor Pro Tem for bringing this item to our community. Thank you. That's all.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. I attended the grand opening of the Sunset Spectacular, the Zionist Los Angeles Social Summit, where I presented them with a proclamation, the Contract Cities Board of Directors meeting, the Los Angeles for a New Alliance Economy event, the WeHo Staff Appreciation Holiday Party. Thank you, David. That was a great event. And to all the Parks and Recreation staff who overwhelmingly, I believe, won the raffle prizes. I hope you collected, because there was a lot of great prizes there. And then most recently, I'm going to skip around here for a second. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Shine for item 2U. This item rang very true as I was reading it on my flight home from Israel this past week, where I attended a West Coast Democratic Leadership event and learned very much about our city's longstanding history with not only our Jewish community, but our Israeli Jewish citizens, and was able to go there with many other leaders from the West Coast. So I apologize for all the other events that I missed. It was a very busy weekend, or week while I was gone. But one thing I wanted to personally share about that event was I was attending it. We went to many places. I have a religious degree. I'm not very much a religious person, but I was able to be at the Western Wall. Many of you know I've shared stories of my aunt who has been battling breast cancer. It's been going very well. We're at the final stages in a way where we're waiting to see what her mammogram doctor has said, and I normally never really pray, but I took a moment to pray for her, and I put a little note in there, and then 3 days later, she said she no longer has to see her mammogram doctor. So I don't believe in some things, but I believe in coincidence, and it was a powerful moment for me, and it was a very, very powerful trip, and I'll be sharing more about that trip later, but I really want to thank all the people I was able to meet, all the lessons I was able to learn, and everything that took place there. Additionally, I want to welcome again Chelsea Byers, John Heilman, and welcome back Lauren Meister, Mayor Meister, as well as I want to say Happy Hanukkah and holidays to all, Merry Christmas, everything that you celebrate. I want to additionally say congratulations to my nephew Brady, who was Student of the Week at his local elementary school. And as I said to my sister, he's taking after his uncle, and she said, I hope not. And then additionally, I really want to thank my colleagues for holding down, especially when the Respect for Marriage Act came about. It's not a perfect bill, but it's a start. Where we're going, many of you know I work at Planned Parenthood, and so the state bans that are currently in existence for abortion bans, it would be a similar type of thing. So we want to make sure we're pushing for full reform, and we have to do all that we can. And additionally, I want to thank and direct anyone who's looking to see additional homelessness healthcare collaborative work with UCLA. I was really glad to see this being rolled out with the healthcare clinic to West Hollywood, and I hope people visit our city website to learn more. And then additionally, on the last item on the agenda, I want to thank Mayor Lauren Meister on her water conservation measures item. I think this item is long overdue. When new council members come in, it's always interesting, where do you set things to do? And I was reading it, and I was like, oh, why didn't we think of this, right? Or why didn't I think of this? But I know this has been something that you've been really following, and I want to thank you. I think it's going to do a lot for our city, our residents, and our businesses. And that's all I have to say, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman?
Thank you. I'll reserve my comments to the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to wish a happy Hanukkah to my Jewish friends in the Jewish community. And since this is our last meeting, an early happy Christmas. Merry Christmas to all, and happy Kwanzaa. And also wishing everyone a happy and safe New Year. Since our last meeting, I spoke at our Holiday Safety News Conference. I attended and spoke at the grand opening of the Sunset Spectacular. I attended and spoke at our Human Rights Speaker Series, Roots of Peace, which I encourage everyone to go and watch on YouTube. It is on there, and it was amazing. Thank you to Mayor Meister for attending and speaking as well. I also attended the WeHo Staff Appreciation Holiday Party and had a really fun time. I attended the swearing-in of Los Angeles Mayor Karen Bass, and I look forward to collaborating with her on regional issues that will benefit West Hollywood. I also participated in our homelessness subcommittee meeting, and this weekend I attended the memorial of longtime resident, businessman, and HPC Commissioner Edward Levin. What an extraordinary man. I wish I had known him longer, but the times that I spent speaking to him, the sentiment that I had of a very well-spoken, educated man who really cared about West Hollywood were very much validated by all those who loved him and spoke at his memorial. Annie, I just want to let you know that I hear you. I hear you, Mariah. I hear all of you. I see you. I thank you for giving public comments to us tonight. I saw what happened. I saw what happened, and I was really upset to hear about the way you were arrested. I saw you getting misgendered multiple times. When trans folks get misgendered, it is an act of violence, which is absolutely unacceptable for the deputies to commit this type of act of violence in the city of West Hollywood, because we were created by our founders, one of which is sitting here on the dais with us, to protect all our residents, all our community. I have already and will on the record request tonight that I am advocating that the charges against you be dropped. As far as firing the officers, I am not sure that is in our power. In fact, I don't think it is. I would like our city attorney or our community safety director to provide information on the procedures that can be followed for filing of grievances. And I would like to have our captain continue to provide information to us exactly about what happened. As far as investing in our community, the past 2 years, we have for many years, but especially the past 2 years, we've greatly invested in our community and have started to shift the way that we look at community safety. And later on tonight, we're going to discuss that more. The fact that this happened means we need to do better. We need to do better training of our officers. I know that the Civilian Oversight Commission has determined that there has been, Annie, I'm speaking right now. No, you don't need to be kicked out, but I will request your respect since I'm speaking right now. Thank you. The Civilian Oversight Commission has determined and made comments about LASD gangs. We have a new sheriff in office, and I'm very happy about that. And plan to meet with him to discuss how the sheriffs can do a lot better, and we need to do a lot better. We have a feasibility study that has gone out on an RFP for us to discuss as a council the future of West Hollywood with regard to community safety and the feasibility of potentially creating our own law enforcement that is West Hollywood specific. In the meantime, we need to work with our law enforcement officers who are here to provide safety for us, and for all of us.
Well, everyone, you've had an opportunity to speak. Please keep decorum in council chambers. Thank you.
And to that end, at our last meeting, we gave direction that our LGBTQ advisory board, our trans advisory board, and our staff work with our providers and give input for a West Hollywood-driven community training for our officers. So that is very clear that that is essential and needed because we always in West Hollywood want to do better and commit to doing that. One thing I also want to make very clear is I am an Iranian Middle Eastern woman of color and not a white person. So let's be very clear about that. Since we are quoting Martin Luther King tonight, I want to also remind us of his words. Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So I will commit to make sure that we continue to do better and eradicate injustice for all in the city of West Hollywood. As far as the Social Justice Task Force, I would like an update from our city attorney on either, maybe at our next meeting, the update that was requested by the chair of the Social Justice Task Force with a timeline. That would be great to get at our next full meeting, which is January 23rd. And as I've been doing at every single council meeting since the murder of Mahsa Amini by the Iranian government's morality police, I'm going to give an update on the Women Life Freedom Revolution. We suspect that more than 500 protesters have been killed and more than 18,000 protesters have been arrested. This brutal government in the past 2 weeks began killing protesters that were imprisoned to send a message of fear to those wanting a free Iran. Majid Reza Rahnavard, who was 23, was hung in Mashhad. Mohsen Shekari, also 23, was executed. 28 protesters, including Iranian football player Amir Nas Azadani, have been sentenced to death. In October, I signed on to a letter of action with 14 other Iranian American elected women across America advocating for a set of actions, including the removal of Iran from the United Nations Women's Commission. And I'm happy to report that on December 14th, Iran was removed from the commission. Sadly, most recently, a prominent Iranian actress named Taraneh Ali Dousti was arrested after she took to Instagram to condemn the government for its execution of 23-year-old Mohsen Shekari. He was hanged on December 8th for charges related to his participation in anti-state protests. Ali Dosti, who gained worldwide acclaim for her role in the Oscar-winning film The Salesman in 2016, is among the most high-profile celebrities to be arrested amid the ongoing protests in Iran. Last month, Ali Dosti publicly expressed support for the mass demonstrations when she posted an image of herself posing with her hair uncovered while holding a placard that bore the famous slogan, "Women, Life, Freedom." The actress also affirmed her decision to remain in Iran after rumors emerged that she had been planning to leave the country amid national unrest. She, quote, says, "I've inherited this courage from the women of my land who for years have been living their lives every day with resistance. I will stay, I will not quit, I will stand with the families of the prisoners and murdered and demand their rights," she asserted. On Saturday, local authorities showed up to her home in Tehran and took her into custody. State media outlet Islamic Republic News Agency stated that Ali Dosti did not possess documentary evidence to support her accusations against the government. We must all continue to speak up and do everything we can to make sure that the people of Iran are successful in their fight for democracy and a secular Iran. I'm going to take a point of personal privilege to first thank my colleagues for their support of item 2U, and I would like to actually read the resolution out loud. Whereas the eruption of nationwide protests in the Islamic Republic of Iran began on September 17, 2022 in response to the death of 22-year-old Mahsa Amini. Mahsa, from the Kurdish minority, who was detained by law enforcement for allegedly failing to adhere to hijab, which means headscarf rules, and died 3 days later while in custody. And the ensuing unprecedented national uprising has taken hold of more than 150 cities and 140 universities in all 31 provinces of Iran, with protesters demanding an end to violence and discrimination against women and an end to the mandatory wearing of the hijab. And hijabs are obligatory for women in Iran to wear in public, regardless of religion or nationality. Since the Islamic Revolution of 1979, Iranian women have lost many of their rights, and civil liberties groups continue to spotlight the suppression of women in the Islamic Republic of Iran. The main slogan of protesters now is "Woman, Life, Freedom," which is a call for women's equality and a stance against religious fundamentalism. And as of November 24th, 2022, more than 14,000 people, including children, have been arrested in connection with the recent protests. Additionally, as of December 8th, 2022, 458 people have been killed since the protests began, with at least 11 protesters officially sentenced to death and dozens more charged with death penalty charges. These protests have expanded from being solely focused on women's equality to Iranians expressing frustration over a wide range of issues, including current living conditions, after years of US-led sanctions that has led to soaring inflation, as well as widespread corruption and economic mismanagement. On September 20th, the United Nations published a press release urging for an impartial investigation into the death of Mahsa. The UN condemned the reported unnecessary and disproportionate use of force against protesters and called on Iran to respect the right to peacefully exercise freedom of expression, assemble, and association. Whereas the city of West Hollywood supports the immediate release of all political prisoners in the Islamic Republic of Iran, including activists, artists, and university students that are subjected to torture, and some have already been sentenced to death or executed. The city of West Hollywood supports sanctions and consequences against the Islamic Republic of Iran, including a cease to all trade deals and or negotiations with the Islamic Republic of Iran, the imposition of sanctions against the Islamic Republic of Iran's government officials, associates, diplomats, and their families, and terminating the Islamic Republic of Iran's membership from the 45-member Union Commission on the Status of Women.
The City of West Hollywood affirms its support of human rights, including equal rights for women and minorities, and the immediate end of apartheid against women and targeted religious and non-religious and cultural minorities. The denial of fundamental freedoms and the equal protection of law on any basis, including gender, is contrary to international human rights conventions, including the United Nations Charter and the Declaration of Human Rights. Now therefore be it resolved, the City Council of the City of West Hollywood hereby reaffirms its support for the immediate release of all political prisoners in the Islamic Republic of Iran and supports sanctions and consequences against the Islamic Republic of Iran. Thank you. I have made it my mission to stand with the people of Iran and all people wanting freedom over brutal dictatorships. We all deserve freedom from oppression, and I won't stop. Even if my voice is leaving, I won't stop until my people and other oppressed people are free. Zan, Zindagi, Azadi, woman, life, freedom.
Okay, I will make this quick. In terms of attendance, I attended the Combating Ageism with USC's Dr. Paul Nash, the Human Rights Series Roots of Peace, the Staff Appreciation Party, the Business Community Focus Group regarding the Holloway Home Key Project, as well as the Sunset Spectacular opening. I represented the city at the Westside City's Council of Governments meeting and the County Sanitation District 4 meeting, and did my final ribbon cutting, the Schmitty's Bar, that has taken over the location where Jim Bar was on Santa Monica Boulevard. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting items 2R, which is the consideration of possible water conservation measures to address dewatering in construction sites, and 2T, request to the County of Los Angeles related to vulnerable populations in West Hollywood. Now that we have someone on the Board of Supervisors who knows all of the work that we have been doing and can understand our frustrations with the county, hopefully this will be a letter that will just basically for the record say this is what this is what we as a city would like to see the county doing, and how and what the county can do to help our city to help reduce homelessness. Announcements, happy holidays and a healthy and prosperous new year to everyone. I believe we've already talked about Vibes, but that is a drug and alcohol-free New Year's Eve celebration to be held at Fiesta Hall in Plummer Park from 8 p.m. on December 31st, 2022 to 1 a.m. on January 1st, 2023. This is a free, sober New Year's Eve event. There'll be food, dancing, performers, tarot cards, psychics, and more. This event was made possible in partnership with the City of West Hollywood, the Sober Community, and the Phoenix, and you can RSVP on the city's website. And I would also just like to ask our Public Works Department when the crosswalk is complete on Elevado at Doheny, to let me know and to let us know. That has been a work in progress for me for the last 20 years to get that crosswalk done, and it's finally happening. So I know that community members in the Norma Triangle, as well as our neighbors in Beverly Hills, will be very, very excited to see that completed. Regarding the public safety issues that were brought up by the speakers today, we will be actually discussing 3 items having to do with public safety, and I'm sure that we will be able to have some discussion about that as well. And with that note, I will hand this over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'd like to add my congratulations to Mayor Meister for her re-election and to council members Byers and Howman on your elections. I look forward to continuing to work with you and newly working with you and working with you again in the coming year. With respect to the Social Justice Task Force, there will be 2 items coming to council on January 23rd, one which will provide an update on the recommendations from the task force, and the other with the establishment of the Social Justice Advisory Board. So those will both be on that agenda. Looks like I may have a quick update. The Avado Enroad lights are going in this week, as well as the striping. So we'll let you all know when it's complete, but it should be this week. And then just 2 updates. I wanted to announce the retirement of 2 long-term employees to the city. Both unfortunately can't be here tonight, but we'll be sending them proclamations. One is Sue Schumacher, our Human Resources Manager. She's been an employee with the city for 27 years. She started as an intern in environmental services, and actually when I started as an intern a couple of years later, we were pod mates, and we've grown through the organization together. So congratulations to Sue. And then the other is Eric Millsap. He's been an employee for 32 years, and he works in our transportation department. He focuses on enhancing safety and mobility, and he's the one that keeps our traffic lights working, so he's incredibly important. And Eric, we actually ran several marathons together to raise money for AIDS Project LA. So it's been great working with both Sue and Eric, and congratulations on your retirement. And with that, that concludes my comments.
Okay. If there's nothing further from council members, then we will ask the Madam City Clerk to tell us what the fiscal impact is of the consent calendar with the addition of items 4B and 5A.
Thank you, Mayor. The fiscal impact on tonight's consent calendar with the addition of the items mentioned by Mayor Meister is $2,967,542 in expenditures, $1,784 in revenues, and $16,140 in waived fees. And I'm going to do a voice vote again. So we're going to do one motion for approval of the consent calendar. Can I get a motion to approve the consent? Thank you, Councilmember Heilman, and a second by Mayor Meister. I will do a roll call vote now. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The consent calendar is approved, and now we'll move to our public hearing.
Okay, great. I see staff is here, and this is a public hearing, item 3A, urgency ordinance and first reading of an ordinance adopting by reference titles 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, and 33 of the Los Angeles County Codes incorporating the California State Building Standards Code. Are there any disclosures from council members? Seeing none. Can you please tell us how this item was noticed, Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. It was noticed as required by law.
I should have just known that. Okay. Okay, and if staff will introduce themselves, and I don't know that we need a full report, maybe just a very quick summary.
Sure, Mayor.
And
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Meister, and Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and council members. My name is Ben Galan. I'm the Building and Safety Manager for the city. With me is our Director of Planning and Development Services, John Kehoe. The item before you is a routine code adoption. Every 3 years, the state updates and adopts new building codes. Because our city is served by Los Angeles County, we also adopt amendments to their codes. Traditionally, the LA County Board of Supervisors adopts all its amendments together, and in November, the board formally adopted its amendments with the exception of the fire code. This code cycle, the county delayed adoption of the fire amendments because of extended hearings for revisions made to some administrative provisions. Adoption of these amendments by the county is expected March 2023, and staff will be returning to council in April for an item. Because of the county's year-end adoption, the city is faced with a very short time frame to update its building and municipal code and have them ready for enforcement for the enforcement date of January 1st, 2023. Staff is requesting that the City Council adopt this item as an urgency ordinance. And thank you, and we're open for any questions.
Thank you, and the public hearing is open. Do we have any public comment?
I don't have anyone in chamber signed up to speak.
Neither in Zoom.
Okay. Do we have any council member questions, comments?
Just one question. You said to adopt this as an urgency item. Are you also asking us to introduce it as a regular item for first reading?
That's correct.
Okay, I would make that motion.
Okay, and can we also include in that motion to close the public hearing?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor to adopt an urgency ordinance, which would go into effect immediately following this public hearing, as well as a first reading of an ordinance, which will be brought back at the January 23rd meeting as a public hearing, as described by law. Now I will take a voice vote. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Excellent. So I think we will take a 7-minute break before the next item, and we'll give time for staff to get up here and do whatever they have to do.
that the button? Okay.
Okay, if everyone will please take their seats, and our public safety staff take their seats. And we are now, oh, wait a minute. Don't we have
WeHo
4A, WeHo Pride, sorry. Sorry. Oh, you're
They're
going to be there for
on
this
Zoom.
too? Okay. All right, so 4A, WeHo Pride 2023, and who will be leading that discussion?
Hi, good evening. Mayor. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
You're good, Meg. You can begin.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Melissa. I thought I had a technical difficulty there. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I'm Megan Reed, the Event Services Supervisor. Here on Zoom this evening are Yvonne Corker, Director of Community Services, and Cleo Smith, Event Services Manager. Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety, and Jeff Consoletti of JJLA are in the council chambers this evening. Staff is here this evening related to the WeHo Pride 2023 footprint. We are seeking the council's direction related to the footprint for the free community street fair, as well as regarding Friday evening programming. At its meeting on November 7th, council took the following actions related to WeHo Pride. Authorized a 3-year production services agreement with JJLA for WeHo Pride and approved a baseline production budget to cover the production of the event's core programming elements. And it approved the following as the core programming elements of WeHo Pride 2023. A free community street fair programmed by the city and produced by JJLA. Out Loud Raising Voices concert programmed and produced by JJLA. Women's Freedom Festival programmed and produced by the L Project. and a WeHo Pride Parade, which is issued a special event permit by the city and produced by JJLA. Lastly, at the November 7th meeting, the council directed staff to explore both the feasibility of incorporating Santa Monica Boulevard into the 2023 WeHo Pride footprint, as well as the feasibility of offering the community a free Friday night concert as a part of WeHo Pride. So accordingly, this report includes preliminary cost estimates from impacted city divisions and external agency partners in response to that direction. Staff is seeking the council's direction tonight regarding which of the options below they would like to see implemented for WeHo Pride 2023. And so the options are as follows. There is option one, which is an event of similar size and scale to WeHo Pride 2022. Option one reflects an event, excuse me, that includes all of the core weekend programming elements of the Dyke March, WeHo Pride Community Street Fair, Out Loud Raising Voices Concert, Women's Freedom Festival, and the WeHo Pride Parade. It also includes the allotment of funding to support selected LGBTQ affiliated community groups in producing their own event. For option one, although similar in size and scale to 2022, it would not be identical since Robertson Boulevard will likely be impacted by construction and unavailable as a venue for the WeHo Pride Community Street Fair. In this option, production costs related to JJLA's scope, Women's Freedom Festival, and the community group funding program have already been allocated. And if the council is interested in this option, the only funding for community safety facilities, parking enforcement, and traffic control would need to be allocated this evening. The next option is option two, and option two includes all of the same core programming elements as option one, but it uses Santa Monica Boulevard as its venue for the community street fair and other free programming elements. Staff explored this option based on feedback and input from both the city council and community stakeholders. This addition would create more space for community organizations and city businesses in free areas of the event, increasing their footprint by 100%. It would provide a higher level of visibility for the city's free programming elements and more cohesively incorporate the businesses along Santa Monica Boulevard into the weekend's festivities. Table 2 in the staff report reflects the preliminary estimates related to option 2. A portion of the programming costs have been allocated, but if the council wishes to implement option 2, additional funding would need to be allocated for supplemental programming costs, and then also community safety costs, facilities costs, parking enforcement, and traffic control costs would need to be allocated. Lastly, we have option 3, which is a free Friday night option. And at the meeting on November 7th, council directed staff to explore the feasibility of offering a Friday night concert that would be free to the public. Table 3 in the staff report reflects the estimated cost of incorporating a free Friday night concert into the event's core programming. And the free Friday concert would likely be held on the Out Loud stage within West Hollywood Park. Like in option 2, a portion of programming costs have been allocated, but if the council wishes to implement option 3, additional funding would need to be allocated to supplement programming costs. Community safety costs, facilities costs, parking enforcement, and traffic control costs would also need to be allocated. And I didn't say it, but option 3 presumes all of the other core elements of the core programming elements of WeHo Pride, just like option 1 and option 2 do as well. And so staff is here tonight seeking the council's direction related to what footprint and programming option should be pursued for the 2023 event. And both staff and JJLA are happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Does staff have any, do my colleagues have any questions before we go to public comment?
I have a quick question.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
And
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. So a couple of questions. What was the total cost, if you can remind us, of 2021 Pride?
Yes, that was just over $2.7 million.
And what was the Community Safety Department cost for 2021 Pride?
2021 or 2022?
Sorry, let me go back. 2022 Pride, what was the cost of 2022 Pride and the Community Safety Department portion of that?
Sure. The community safety portion of 2022 was 1.5 million.
So the total cost of the Pride, the first WeHo Pride we had, just to make sure, you said it was 2.7 million?
Correct.
And of that, 1.5 million was the Community Safety Department cost?
Correct. So that includes, those community safety department costs include things like fire, sheriff, ambulance, and parking enforcement.
Okay, because in here you took parking, you separated parking out in this. So what does Community Safety Department costs entail in these options that are provided to us tonight? Just fire, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Parking is the only thing that we did remove from there. Otherwise, the costs include the medical tent, MAC,
Got it.
McCormick ambulance, Sheriff's Department and Fire Department.
Okay. And block by block?
Correct.
Okay, and just to be very clear, the difference between option 3 means Santa Monica's closed, Friday night is free, and everything else is the same as last year pretty much. And it's 4.8 to 5.3 million.
Option 3 does not mean Santa Monica is closed. Option 3 is essentially option 1 with a free Friday night option.
That's what I was missing. That's what was going to be my next question. Why we don't have that option in here with Santa Monica closed and a free Friday night?
We can arrive at that. We have that cost available to you, that cost range.
Yeah.
It is essentially adding.
Right.
The cost of that is, the range is $6,898,900 to $7,398,980.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted us to have all the options available tonight.
Sure.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Erickson?
Thank you so much. Meg, how much does it cost to shut down this selected area of Santa Monica Boulevard? It's quite an extensive bill, right?
The option that closes Santa Monica Boulevard is the most expensive of the options. Does that answer your question?
If you can, and don't worry if you can't, how much does it cost to shut down Santa Monica Boulevard? Because that's a significant cost, but I want for the public's awareness to know that shutting down a street like Santa Monica Boulevard is never cheap.
You're right that it is not cheap. I can certainly work at extracting that cost, but it's not something that I'm able to do in this moment, but we can give you that number.
It's totally fine. You answered the question. You said it wasn't cheap, and David just chuckled and essentially agreed with you. Do you want to?
Well, just looking at option 2 and option 3, and Meg can correct me later if I'm wrong, but it looks like it's an additional $1 million in public safety costs, and an additional $1 million in event costs.
And Meg, does that, Mayor Pro Tem Shine asked a question about the community safety budget. Did that 1.5 million also include the street closures and traffic control?
The 1.5 in
2022.
2022 did not include traffic control.
But it included the street closures.
Effectively, it included the personnel positions to man the street closures, but not the infrastructure to close the street.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Okay. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Councilmember Heilman?
I don't know if staff has the answer or whether Jeff Consoletti would have the answer. I'm assuming that there was no outside sponsorship obtained for the festival last year. Does anyone know how much sponsorship previously was obtained from businesses when the festival was being operated by a nonprofit?
There were sponsorships in 2022 that did defray the cost of the WeHo Pride Community Street Fair. I can pull up that exact number for you in just a moment. But there were sponsorships that defrayed the costs in 2022.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, you do? Okay. We can go to public comment. And we have Annie Jump-Vicente.
Thanks, I'll be here all night. All right, I just want to point out option number 2, which was closing down Santa Monica Boulevard. I'd like to see how much it costs to close down Santa Monica Boulevard for Ciclavia. We did it once before. I think that your comment in August, Erickson, about never seeing Astro Burger so busy ever before is a good suggestion there. I would also like to make sure that bikes can bicycle through the event. People do need to get places. I would also like to see the number 4 bus continue through the event. Having the bus continue through the event will allow people to stop at the destination to see it and make impulse decisions to stop and attend. I really hate to have to say this to all of you, but no cops at Pride. Let's not have that again. It's extremely intimidating and it shows ignorance to the history of the queer community. No cops at Pride. Seppi Schneider, Mayor Pro Tem, we had a conversation back and forth here about Sheriff Yost's answer on LGBTQ training. I think that should suffice enough as to why they don't belong at Pride. It was a sick answer where he just said, I know something about the flags, and blamed it on his public speaking skills. West Hollywood Sheriff Department is right there on the corner. They have snipers up there, and we see them. They can't hide well. Cops are always at Pride. They're right on the corner, right here. You ain't getting rid of them until you get rid of the Sheriff's Department. They will always be at Pride, whether you want them there or not. I want to see a place for homeless services at Pride. Again, if you don't know the history of Pride, we're mostly homeless. I was homeless at the beginning of this year until I found a place here, thankfully. More specifically, trans women are homeless by far in large quantities. And then let's also make sure that we don't clear the streets of the homeless people by sticking block by block on all of them, because that's obviously what they're designed to do. They don't make arrests, they don't detain, they don't even help people on the street. When someone says that they're gonna stab me for being trans on the street, they literally ride by. We've already had that discussion.
Annie?
So, no more please. I'm done.
Oh, thank you. I'm just saying because we're in Zoom, my speaker timer is currently not gonna work, so. But thank you, Annie.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have someone who wants to begin discussion? No. I know these things.
There's no one online?
No.
Oh, because it shows on, or they're waiting for other items.
They're waiting for other
Thank
items,
you.
yes.
Okay, who would like to begin discussion? Councilmember Erickson?
Sure. Thank you so much, Mayor. I want to thank Cleo and Meg and Yvonne for this very robust staff report, as well as Annie for speaking. I'm supportive of a combo option of between 2 and 3. I really like the idea of shutting down Santa Monica Boulevard. In 2019, I had to be reminded of the dates earlier. We shut down Santa Monica Boulevard for community programming and booths, and I like the idea of social services being out there, and I thought it was actually very well received. It was more accessible. This year, even though I don't say this as a criticism because you had like a month. You probably had like 2 months, but I'm just going to give you a month because I still say you did pull off a miracle. They're more visible, our community groups more visible, and they get a lot of foot traffic. I also really love the idea of involving our businesses along Santa Monica Boulevard. It's a really robust area. I also think there's a public and community safety benefit to it. People can drive, through, and I would hate to ever see an incident occur with that happening, so stopping that traffic, I think from going through is an additional, not barrier per se, but a way that we can make sure people in that area are safe and taken care of. I'm all for the added benefit for community groups and activities. I know I'm not going to get into the logistics of micromanaging an event. I'm just going to let that happen. I guess I am. I'm on the subcommittee now, so we'll work with Mayor Pro Tem Shine on that. I think I would love to see how we continue to up our Women's Freedom Festival programming and outreach for our BIPOC communities that has been going on. And then additionally, I would love to see the option of a free Friday night event. I think that whatever we can do to increase activity and make it free, I'm happy to do it. I think we'll come to some sort of an agreement here. I'm fine if we want option 2, but I would be really great if we could go with an option between 2 and 3, because I think we get the whole cart and the horse in some way, shape, or form. And I think what we constantly hear about is more community programming and investment and free programming and all that, and as well as a stellar program and festival and coming together of everything, kicking off Pride being the first Pride in the country in that way. And so I know Jeff will do it again. I won't, I'll say it, but that's kind of where I'm at, and I'm excited to hear what my colleagues think.
Okay. Would you like, Councilmember Byers?
Sure. I am also just grateful to staff for the robust options here before us. I'm envisioning a Santa Monica closure as 2019 demonstrated possible. I do think that providing enough space, and in the space that we already think of the queer celebration of West Hollywood happening in the Rainbow District, I think it's a really beautiful coupling. I appreciate Annie's comments also indicating the potential for bike entry. With that would allow for a whole different type of experience in Pride, and sort of uplifting WeHo Pride in the ways that we want to as something different. I hope that if that is possible, the bicycle entry flowing through Pride, we should also consider things like adequate bike parking so it doesn't become a little bit of a calamity. But I think it's a really great idea, and the bus route was something that jumped to mind. I take the bus all the time, therefore I rely on. So if not possible to commute down Santa Monica with the closure, we have to consider a reroute, and we have to work with Metro to make that really clear to people who rely on that route, because that would be a disruption to their day-to-day service that may not, want them to be a part of Pride. I also just want to consider the opportunity that comes with Santa Monica closure when it comes to the ability to create more robust space for our sober community. I know there's really great, Sizzle is an amazing aspect of Pride, and the location of it this last year may have challenged the ability for it to be a truly safe, sober space. And I think if we close Santa Monica, that allows us to do more of that. I'm with the free programming investment. I think there's so many great things. I would love to see us also consider a conversation with the WeHo Bike Coalition and potentially even Ciclavia to see if there could be something that could be co-branded. If we're going to close a whole street, let's bring people to it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Heilman?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually am supportive of option number 3. I have some concerns about the cost of closing down Santa Monica Boulevard. It adds significantly to the cost of this event. I also have, although the idea of having bikes is exciting, mixing bikes with pedestrians, I think, creates a potential safety hazard. If we're going to have some kind of bike access, it's got to be separate from the pedestrians who, frankly, often aren't paying attention while they're wandering around looking at booths. So I think it creates a potential safety hazard. So I'm supportive of option number 3, which does add a Friday night free program, but it doesn't so significantly increase the cost of the event. I also would like us to direct the event organizers and our staff to vigorously pursue sponsorship options so that the city isn't bearing all of the cost of this event.
Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. I would, there's a few things. I am definitely advocating for a free Friday night. That is something that the community has asked for multiple times. So that's a priority for me. As far as whether we go with option 3, if we think we want to upsize slowly, something we talked about last time was upsizing slowly as we continue on. I'm also torn because closing down Santa Monica Boulevard would be incredibly great for our businesses in the Rainbow District. And so I have I guess a couple more questions for Jeff. I did, Councilmember Heilman last year as part of the WeHo Pride Subcommittee, John D'Amico and I negotiated a sponsorship deal with JJLA, and they reached out and were able to get sponsorships to defray the cost. That was a priority for us. And my question for Jeff is, and I agree absolutely vigorously getting sponsorships, closing down Santa Monica versus not closing down Santa Monica, would that give you more leverage to get higher sponsorships? Or, so in other words, that option of closing down Santa Monica and having a free Friday night, would that actually give you more leverage in obtaining sponsorships or not? And what do you need to get that going, other than getting this through the door as soon as possible?
First of all, great to see everyone and welcome new council members, and congratulations, Mayor. I'm looking forward to working with you all again on another exciting Pride. Yeah, I mean, yes, Mayor Pro Tem, I think more space inherently allows for more feasibility to activate brands in creative ways. I think without knowing in option 1, for instance, the space that we have, there still can be a sponsorship goal that is created around existing structure that we have, right? A front entrance, a naming right of the parade or the community fair. When a brand, for instance, you all remember the Ferris wheel activation last year, that was a sponsorship that paid for itself and then paid to activate and then paid for space for the Ferris wheel. So that wasn't a cost that the city took on, but we would need to ensure that there's space for activations that would allow for a brand to want to come in with a customization. We were able to raise, I think, close to $300,000 in a short amount of time last year for sponsorship. I realize the event production costs are greatly more than $300,000, but there were some changes in the event where what we were able to activate in a really short amount of time, we have begun to do so now with a little bit more time. And I think now, knowing that we have a multi-year opportunity, which is really what our focus is brands that can come in this year, hopefully will be interested in a longer-term partnership with us as we continue to develop what we're doing with the program.
Thank you. The other question I have, and this is the Community Safety Department budget for all of these doesn't really have it broken down for me as far as, because I know we've ramped up block by block, so I'm assuming some of the added costs might be that too. But I would have loved to have seen a breakdown and to understand exactly why there's a 1.5 million versus 2 to 2.5 to 3.5 million. And perhaps that's something that the subcommittee can get details on if that's not prepared tonight. I think what we really need to do is get everyone together to really discuss, because I know you provide security as well, correct? You provided, what was $700,000 worth of security?
Correct. Part of the event production costs,
Yeah.
included in the costs that the city allocates to JJLA for production, includes private security elements. Yes.
I think given that we have expanded our vision for community safety in the city of West Hollywood, it would be great for us to really be intentional with the budget for the community safety department, really look at where we would utilize block by block, where we would need to utilize the sheriff's department. I know that there are certain safety procedures that are absolutely needed through our sheriff's department in case of mass shootings, in case of terrorism, and in other cases, and a medical tent. But I really want us to be intentional and in sync with the vision that we have created for West Hollywood, which is looking at alternative forms of safety where all members can feel safe. And this number that I'm getting, 2 million to 2.5 million, doesn't really give me enough confidence of what exactly we're budgeting for. So my question to the city manager, let's say we do the whole shebang tonight and really go big, because we want to give him an incredible amount of success in getting sponsorships and have an incredible Pride 2023. If we then allocate the budget, but then we decide, okay, well, we may not need this and may not need that, is that a possibility for us to shift as we move forward?
We certainly can shift things as we move forward. We'll definitely have a more detailed budget. My guess is it's not going to be a lot less than what's here. I mean, the reality is these type of events are different than our day-to-day community safety. And with the world the way it is right now and the things that we're seeing all over the world, we want to make sure this is Pride is a safe event. And to do that, it's going to cost a lot of money.
And how much did we save not having Halloween this past year?
I don't remember exactly what that number was. I'm hearing it over here, but I'm not sure exactly what.
Can you find out and
can.
let us know?
Yeah, there certainly was some savings by not having it.
If I remember, it was close to 2 million from because we are the ones to vote on that and then voted multiple times throughout many different meetings on.
We're just going to blame former Councilmember John D'Amico and now Supervisor Lindsay Horvath. Then we didn't.
I think from what I remember in our first meeting, it was something like $1.5 to $2 million of savings.
Yeah, I think that was the cost of Halloween. If we did Halloween again next year, Halloween's going to cost more as well. So I know that's something that we're interested in looking at, bringing Halloween back in some way as well. And so there could be potentially a cost for that.
Thank you. And then, Jeff, one last question. Option 1, with the Free Friday night, where would the layout be if the Santa Monica isn't closed? So all the things that happen on Robertson, where would they move to?
I think that's the feasibility study that we're going to have to do, and I'm working with the event production team, event services team on identifying. I think without knowing Robertson, I'm not sure. We'd have to go out into the community and find space, parking lots. We obviously activated the King Valet lot on Robertson last year. Are there other parking lots available for us to rent? Are there other spaces available for us to rent? Similar to how we used City Street on Robertson and that private lot. But as of right now, we would have to work together to identify that space.
Okay. Thank you. I want to hear from our mayor, but My thoughts are that we want to make this as successful as possible. It's really important to have a Friday night. If we don't know where the other components are going to go because we haven't closed Santa Monica versus closing Santa Monica, which would give Jeff the opportunity to get higher level of sponsorships, we already had success in 2019 with that. We know the community did really well. I'm for the bikes, and I also agree with Councilmember Heilman, but I think we can have a solution with perhaps maybe doing a little protected bike lane so the bikes know where to go, so it's not bikes against people. We can do that too, to make sure there's safety. So right now, I really think having the vision of a spectacular 2023 Pride would be fantastic. So I'm really kind of with my colleagues over on the other side right now, but I want to hear from you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, so if I can clarify something, if we did close Santa Monica Boulevard, are we saying that we wouldn't close Robertson?
Well,
No, I'm just asking. In this, where I'm asking staff.
Robertson, my understanding is we're unsure of the construction impact on Robertson based on the construction plans for next year. But
Yeah, we expect the Robertson Lane project to be happening at that time.
Wait, go ahead. I'm sorry. Can you?
We'd expect the Robertson Lane project to be under construction.
Okay, so the free night though would be in the park where you are currently.
Correct.
Correct.
The free,
It's just that it would be-
Friday night would be a Friday night programmed by the city, produced by JJLA,
Right.
free and open to likely whoever registers. Like, we still would like to have to quantify an amount of people that are going into like an enclosed space, like a park, but that event could be free and open to the public and would be a secure site that would be under the direction of the city.
So the difference between that and last year is you had that site.
Out Loud operated for 3 days
So it was
this
free
year.
for us, but
Correct.
not for.
Correct.
Okay.
So Out Loud operated as
Or
a
not
3-day music festival last year, and this
Right.
year
It would be 2 days.
Pending this, we would operate a 2-day music festival with a city event on Friday night.
Okay. Okay, great. So Robertson, the actual, what it would look like, we don't know what Robertson is going to look like at this point.
It's not sure. As with all construction projects, they never start on time, but we also have the design district project moving into that area as well. So right now, we're not expecting Robertson to be available, but as we get closer, like in the next few months, as we're looking at construction timelines, that may change.
Okay, and so if we close Santa Monica Boulevard, from what street to what street? Do we have that figured out? Would it be from Doheny to La Cienega, or
The
from?
closure of Santa Monica is from La Cienega to Doheny. What we've presented to you in terms of production budget is to activate between Palm and Doheny or Almont. So in really the heart of the Rainbow District would be what we would look to include as event production elements, which is a greater footprint than Robertson and the parking lot would have given us last year.
Okay, and so if we weren't able to use Robertson, then we wouldn't necessarily be closing it off. Is that right? In other words, we wouldn't be spending the money for closures for Robertson if we can't use Robertson because of construction of Robertson Lane or the Melrose Design District. I'm just trying to see where what costs we wouldn't have if Robertson is not part of the footprint.
Correct. And Mayor, all of the scenarios presented do take Robertson out of the picture.
Robertson's not in this footprint.
Okay, so it's not in it at all.
No.
So,
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have two concerns, and one of them is what was mentioned by Mayor Pro Tem when she began her analysis, which is that we did talk about bringing Pride back and changing it slowly and expanding slowly. And it doesn't seem like if we go from 4 million to 4.5 million to 6, well, it's actually 8 million, right? If we add the free night and also the closure of Santa Monica Boulevard. Is that right? It's about...
The high end of that range would be 7.4 million.
Okay. Right, so it's about from 7 to 8 million, somewhere in there. So let's say an average, 7.5 million. So that is, I mean, that is a big difference from the 4 million or 4.5 million that we spent last year. My concern about how last year went was that although we did have the Robertson Boulevard closure, I don't know that it was what we had hoped it would be in terms of use and in terms of the level of what entertainment, et cetera, or even the booths, the nonprofit booths. I don't feel like it was very vibrant. It could have been more so, right? And especially, and the parking lot where the Ferris wheel was, where we had the other projects, and we had some nonprofits also within that area. It was not a well-attended, was not as well attended as we would have liked to have seen it. So I just want to make sure that if we're going to be spending this kind of money, that we will be promoting it in a way that we will see attendance on Santa Monica Boulevard if we do pay for closures on Santa Monica Boulevard. Do we know does anyone remember how much, you may have asked this, in 2019, how much when we did close Santa Monica Boulevard, the total cost of Pride?
I didn't ask that, but I was going there. So you're reading my mind. And Jeff, in 2019, we had activations, and completely correct me if I can't remember a lot, but it was to Palm, and then I remember it ending at Robertson, but it probably went on longer, and I just don't remember. Do you recall?
No, in 2019, the activation space ended at Robertson. I think we'd have to, the street layout of Santa Monica is a little bit different between San Vicente and Robertson now than it was in 2019. It narrows, especially because of the sidewalk extensions. So we might have to look to activate further west on Santa Monica, which follows a similar footprint that the city has activated for Halloween, for instance. I think that's a great use of Santa Monica, especially west of Robertson to Doheny. Just allows for more space than in the heart of where everyone is. Like, everyone wants to be at San Vicente and Santa Monica. It's a great space for people, but that's the meeting place for people, right? We might want to look at east and west of that area if in using Santa Monica.
But I think the closure was still at Doheny and La Cienega anyway. Was it?
It was, if I may jump in for a moment.
Please do.
It was. The closure being proposed as part of option 2 this evening is the same closure that was in place in 2019. And we can share with you the 2019 costs to the city. But in 2019, CSW was responsible for the production and the programming of the event. So the city subsidized Pride activities by $2.1 million in 2019, but that does not account for the production budget that CSW managed for that event. I can clarify further if that doesn't answer your question.
What was the production budget then?
We don't have access to that information.
Okay. That's fine. I'm just trying to think about like round,
Sure.
bigger numbers, because 2.1 million. And if I remember, because I think it was at that council meeting, that was a lower amount too, because I think they had options on the table for different types of investments. But yeah, that's just me That's a rhetorical question. You don't actually have to answer that, Meg. Because now I'm going back to council meetings I attended.
Because in 2019, we closed Santa Monica. So that's why I'm trying to do a comparison to
That's correct. So, we have the public safety costs that the city paid in 2019. And so in 2019, the public safety costs to close Santa Monica Boulevard, as well as the traffic control costs, which is the physical infrastructure to close, which is what Councilmember Erickson had asked about earlier. That number in 2019 was $1.8 million.
So that's on top of the 2.1.
No, Mayor, that one of the 2.1, 1.8 went towards public safety.
For how many days? 3 days?
And that was for 3 days, right? Friday night, Saturday, and Saturday night.
The closure began on Friday evening, and there was programming for 2 days on Santa Monica Boulevard, programming on Friday.
That's when Paula Abdul got chucked around the stage, danced around the stage. I still don't know how a woman that said she broke her back was then ricocheted by multiple people, but I think that was the really and I believe Mayor Pro Tem, we were on LGAB at that time.
So the cost is double now? 1.8, now 3.5?
Well, again, to what Meg said, in 2019, production costs, including for Free Friday and everything on Santa Monica Boulevard, rested with CSW. So the city subsidized the use of the park or public safety elements or street closures, but cost of the event production elements, staff, entertainment, et cetera.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the production. I'm just saying public safety costs. What they said it was 1.8, and now I'm seeing 3.5 million.
Yeah, so the range of 3 to 3.5 million, but yeah, that's 3 years of
3 years
increases.
Of what? The sheriff's
I think it's
bill
not
is
just
double?
sheriff. We have
is it?
sheriff, we have fire, we have the medical tents. It's just a very different public safety world than we were in 2019.
That's why I wanted to see the breakdown.
We can.
I think that's something we need to look at.
And I think we have to look at inflation too a little bit.
Sure.
I think that might play some role.
I'd like to jump back
Yes,
in.
please.
First of all, I think staff is asking us for a decision about the footprint, and looking at a Free Friday night event, I think I've heard a number, at least a majority of the council say they're supportive of that. So I think that should be included, and I hope that's not misinterpreting what my colleagues are saying. The second thing, in terms of activating Santa Monica, I expressed my concerns about that, given the cost of doing that. But as we're talking about it and looking at Santa Monica between San Vicente and Doheny, particularly on the south side, where it wouldn't really impact businesses. They're already, there's construction there. There are properties that are really not active most of the day, except in the stretch between Robertson and San Vicente, and those businesses would probably be welcoming of this activity. I do have concerns about the businesses on the north side, particularly the grocery store, which many people in the community rely on. There is other access to it, but if we were only talking about closing the south side, I think I would be more supportive of that option. And then I hope we can come to some resolution, because I think what happened last year was very problematic, and I know it was the first year the city was sponsoring it, but it's not fair to our staff or to Jeff or to our public safety staff to change the footprint or make decisions where they only have 3 months to really implement. So I really hope we can make a decision tonight as to what the footprint is. I did hear a number of people talk about a Santa Monica Boulevard closure, which seems to be option number 2, along with a free Friday night. And if that's the majority of the council's thinking, we should go ahead and give that direction to staff. And we can always come back later and make adjustments to the budget if necessary, or if it doesn't cost as much, that's great. But I'm in favor of making that decision tonight and dealing with the budgetary aspects of it later.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, what we're looking at is a maximum budget here. So if we're going to make some changes to the composition of the public safety team or whatever that is, chances are it's going to be less, not more. But I do want to look again at the Santa Monica closure. I would like us to consider going from the east side of Robertson to whatever street on the west as we move east, whether it's San Vicente, and that way not have to close Robertson, not have to close San Vicente so people can go north-south. I would like to consider that. So from Santa Monica, from the east side of Robertson, that closure there, and then a closure to the west side of San Vicente on Santa Monica Boulevard.
So the rest of Santa Monica Boulevard, I'm sorry, I'm not sure.
So the closure not to go down to Doheny, but to go to Robertson, and on the west side. Because the discussion is, do we want to have 3 days where people can't get to their homes in Norma Triangle, or can't get to the market, or can't get down Robertson to go wherever?
I have a little, taking into account what you said, but a little bit of an alternative, because I hear what Councilmember John Heilman's concerned about the grocery store. That makes sense. And I was actually thinking there aren't a lot of businesses down Doheny and all of that. But I want to, get our event producer to let us know his expertise. I personally am not sure about keeping it that small, because the point of doing this is to get more sponsorships and more space to make it really lively. Jeff, how would it be if we close, instead of going to Doheny, close it at Robertson, but then give you that leeway to San Vicente? Because there actually are business. You went to Palm, but giving you that extra space, not closing at San Vicente, because I think we have to have that closed anyway because of the concert and the free Friday night and all that.
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask questions, but
yes, please do.
My concern, so please bear in mind that the parade goes down Santa Monica Boulevard on Sunday, so the westbound lanes or the north side of Santa Monica Boulevard, regardless of how long we close it, has to remain clear. It also has to, so that means that on that, essentially, if we're putting event elements on the south side of the street or the eastbound lanes, I need to maintain a fire lane, because we're closing, which now becomes the north side of the street on other days when it's closed. So it's hard to only close Santa Monica Boulevard in one direction or the other. Also, from an event production perspective, I would be concerned with cars or any moving vehicle,
if you thought
potentially a bicycle as well, on some aspects of Santa Monica Boulevard while people are on other aspects of it. I think that there's ways to work around the non-motorized components potentially, but certainly I wouldn't want to mix, like, I think it just puts a burden on event staff, production personnel, traffic enforcement, public safety to be monitoring people that are there for excitement, crossing streets, while also someone is trying to get to the grocery store in their car, and that, I think, just can create more problems than it might solutions. So Santa Monica Boulevard, in whatever aspect of it, would need to close based on public safety's recommendation of what's safe, where. But
sorry, Mayor.
No, it's okay. I just wanted to mention that, if there is construction going on for Robertson Lane, it's not only Robertson, it's also Santa Monica and Robertson. That's property as well. That's where the property goes to the west of Robertson. There aren't any businesses really there to get excited about that, where people I think are going to be motivated to be walking that way. And the same for the other side of the street. People are not going to be walking unless they're just going into pavilions. So that's why I was thinking that Robertson might be the right place, because in the past you had Lapeer, and you had things going on Lapeer, right? Remember the Ferris wheel was on Lapeer originally.
The Ferris wheel was in the parking lot.
Right.
So yeah,
Okay.
at Lapeer.
Yeah,
but
at
in-
Lapeer.
in
But what
that
I'm saying is that's not going to be there.
Correct.
So that activation is already disappeared. So that's why I'm thinking, then let's just take it to Robertson where the activation is. I don't, going as far east as we can possibly go where it's practical. I understand what you're saying about the parade, and that obviously that Sunday morning we do what we have to do, like we've done in past parades in closing Santa Monica.
If I can make a motion.
Yeah,
I think
Wait,
I'm ready to make a motion. If that's
I think
okay.
Megan
Yeah.
wanted to say something.
Okay.
I do as well, because the reality is that if we're closing any part of Santa Monica, we're probably going to have to close it at La Cienega and at Doheny, because you do not want cars coming in there and then getting trapped and then all being trapped on Hancock, Westmount, Westbourne. We've tried that before. It's a disaster. So if we're going to do it, we have to recognize that we're doing it from La Cienega to Doheny, and the programming will occur in a smaller space.
Yeah,
Megan?
I was going to say what Councilmember Heilman just said related to the reason La Cienega and Doheny were identified as sort of the natural closure points, but also offer that we chose those parameters to provide sort of the highest cost that could be associated with the closure plan. We, in collaboration with Jeff and the community safety team, are certainly able to sit down and look at where options may exist to reduce impacts. And if there is an opportunity to narrow that closure, we will certainly work to see if that's possible. But we did look at La Cienega and Doheny both from a maximum cost standpoint, and also because those are the sort of natural arteries for traffic.
Okay.
I just thought I would make a motion based on everyone's comments, and I agree with Councilmember Heilman. I think we can get into the nitty-gritty as we go along, but I would like to actually make a motion that we close Santa Monica and do the free Friday night option, and then work with staff to see where we can reduce impacts as we go along. The subcommittee can get reports as we go along and then bring it back to council, and we can work with the budget all around. But I think tonight we need to make that decision, so that is my motion.
And just for clarification, if
Yes.
I may, Mayor Pro Tem, essentially, because I'm hearing Councilmember Heilman in my head, that's essentially option 2 within the free Friday night option 3 aspect, right?
Yes, so we close Santa Monica Boulevard and do the free Friday night.
I will second that motion then.
Dollars for the free
Right.
Friday night, so
Mhm. Right.
7.3 million would be the
So it's like 6.9 to 7.4.
And I just want to ask, Megan, if that's clear enough direction for you for tonight.
It is. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay.
So we have a motion and a second, and the motion from Mayor Pro Tem Shine is to move forward essentially with option 2 as well as the free Friday night event. Okay. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
And I just want to confirm with the city clerk, so we'll be increasing recommendation number 2
Okay.
to add that 800,000.
To add option 3 in. Okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. I'm sure we'll be in touch. Okay, we're going to go on to item
And
4.
thank his team for sitting all the way in the back. Thank you for all of your team members for being here.
Okay, and we're going to go on to unfinished business, item 4B, discussion regarding resuming, oh no, we moved that. Okay, 4C, semi-annual community safety update. And we will also look at 4D and 4E. 4D is response to nighttime safety study session, and 4E is community safety and well-being strategy. And I see our staff is all ready to go.
Just before they get started, so we'll do a staff report on 4C, the semi-annual community safety update. Do you want staff reports on the other 2, or do you want just questions?
I don't think we need the staff reports for 4D and 4E. I think we'll just make comments as appropriate. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the City Council. I'm Danny Rivas, Director of Community Safety for the City of West Hollywood. Also joining with me is Captain Bill Mulder from our West Hollywood Sheriff Station. We also have David Aguilar, who's our Regional Vice President from our Block by Block Security Ambassador Program. Unfortunately, Assistant Fire Chief Drew Smith was unable to be here this evening, but he did provide information as well within the written staff report. And then we also have representatives from our Human Services and Rent Stabilization Department that also contributed to the staff report, and that is Christoph Schroeder, our Director, Corey Plank, Strategic Initiatives Manager, and Leslie Eisenberg, our Acting Social Services Manager. And so this is serving as the semi-annual public safety update that traditionally goes before the City Council twice a year. However, we are bringing forth before you year-to-date crime statistics that essentially outline from January to the end of November. So it's comprised of 11 months of this calendar year, and you'll see updates as it relates to our block-by-block security ambassador program, crime statistics, as I mentioned, from our West Hollywood Sheriff Station, training updates in terms of training, collaboration between our social services outreach teams and law enforcement, as well as our Los Angeles County Fire Department, cities, neighborhood and business safety division, and then lastly on the written staff report, it entails an update as it relates to community and holiday safety. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to David Aguilar from our Block by Block Security Ambassador Program that'll provide an update.
Great. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations, Mayor Meister, on your re-election. Welcome back, Councilmember John Hellman, and congratulations, Chelsea, on your election as well. Just a quick update on our Security Ambassador Program. I'm not sure if anybody had any questions about the statistics, but just to recap on where we are right now with the expansion of our residential program. So that's still going strong for us. We're still patrolling the residentials. We are maintaining our staffing levels above 90%, which is great. We are still actively recruiting on a daily basis. We have podium interviews, individual interviews scheduled almost every single day, just to make sure that we maintain those staffing levels where they need to be. We currently have patrols set up throughout the residential neighborhoods on the east, Center City, on the west side part of town. We've set up guide buttons is what we call them. So these are actual physical locations that our ambassadors have to tag every single time they're in the residentials. That's been very effective. We've been received very well by the residential community. Definitely have made our presence known, so that's been great. We also have our podiums that have been deployed and are actively being deployed from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. throughout Santa Monica Boulevard, the Sunset Strip, Melrose, and in our parks. Those can also be moved around. Again, we work closely with our community safety department to determine if we need to switch up locations. We recently installed a lift gate on the back of our truck, which makes it a lot easier to place those kiosks where we determine that they may be needed. What else? I think that's about it. I don't know if you guys have any questions on anything that you guys may want to ask.
Do we have questions? Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council members. First of all, congratulations, Mayor Meister, on your re-election. Congratulations, Councilmember Heilman, on your election. Welcome back. And congratulations, Councilmember Byers, for your election here, too. Looking forward to working with all of you throughout this new year. Today, we'll be presenting our community safety update for the period of January 2022 through November 2022, which is an 11-month period. For this period, we had more than 19,000 calls for service and more than 18,000 observations, which observations are deputy-generated, self-generated work. We had a total of 1,887 arrests. We had 948 emergency responses, 4,344 priority responses, and 14,262 routine responses to calls. For January through November of 2022, Part 1 crime was up over 55%, with 2,428 incidents, when compared to the same period in 2021 with 1,562 incidents. 68% of our Part 1 crimes for this period were theft-related, either grand theft, petty theft, or vehicle burglary. So that's where the big bulk of our crime occurred in terms of our Part 1 crimes. The loss for this period in dollar loss is $3.8 million. For context, though, I always like to talk about context. March and April of 2020, of course, recorded the lowest number of Part 1 crimes in the city. That was during the pandemic. Prior to the pandemic, we usually average on a monthly basis 180 to 220 Part 1 crimes per month. That was the average prior to pandemic. And for additional context, at the beginning of 2020, prior to the pandemic, we were coming into the new year about 30% lower in terms of Part 1 crimes as compared to 2019. So this year, 2022, we had some record high Part 1 crime numbers. In February, we hit our first record high of 250 Part 1 crimes for the month of February. And then in May, we had 281 Part 1 crimes for that month, beating February's record. And then in June, this June, we had 355 Part 1 crimes, which was the highest, and of course, a concern. And a lot of that was driven by a lot of pickpocketing, thefts, which we'll talk about in a minute. But based on the hard work of our patrol deputies, our cops team, and entertainment policing team, some members are here tonight from those teams, our supplemental law enforcement program, which is like our footbeats throughout the city on different days at different times, and the work of our detective bureau, we were able to drop the Part 1 crimes starting in July and continuing through the rest of the year to where we are now. In June, we had 126 pickpocketing incidents, which of course is very high and it was of a big concern. At the beginning of July, deputies from our entertainment policing team recognized, and one of them is here today who made this observation, recognized a male and a female from a crime bulletin that was composed by our crime analyst of prior pickpocketing incidents. So when the male and female looked in the direction of the deputies, the female took the cell phone and threw it in the garbage can, which appeared to be odd behavior. And so our deputies contacted the male and female, and during their investigation, they found 17 stolen cell phones in their possession and arrested both of those individuals. And that was at the beginning of July. So from that point on, we saw Part 1 crimes drop in July to 242 incidents from the 355 in June, the month before. And in July, there were only 30 pickpocketing incidents, down from the 126 from the previous month. Part 1 crimes dropped again in August to 164. And again, as I said, the average was 180 to 220 prior to the pandemic. So this is below the low end of our average. And there were 14 pickpocketing incidents in August. In September, we had 165 Part 1 crimes with 24 pickpocketing incidents. And in October, we had 186 Part 1 crimes with 32 pickpocketing incidents. And then just this November last month, 188 Part 1 crimes with 36 pickpocketing incidents. During this 11-month period, there have been 27 arrests for pickpocketing. And in December, just this month, we've had 4 arrests for pickpocketing thus far. So as you heard, I went through the Part 1 crime numbers, and from a high in June through the rest of the year, we're down to like the below average end of the average of Part 1 crimes prior pandemic. So deputies from our patrol and our teams continue to address this issue. Our teams continue to run a variety of operations such as footbeats, saturation patrols, undercover operations. We've had our Major Crimes Bureau come out along with our Narcotics Bureau to assist with these operations we've conducted. Reserve detectives from our Narcotics Bureau have also come out to West Hollywood numerous times over this 11 months to conduct footbeats, which is free to the city of West Hollywood because these are reserves with our Narcotics Bureau. We'll continue to run operations to address pickpocketing until it's eradicated. As you know, our cops team consists of 5 deputies and a sergeant, Sergeant Mike Yost. They address a variety of quality of life issues in our community. They work with our unhoused residents, attend neighborhood watch meetings and association meetings. They work with a med team, our Narcotics Bureau, our Detective Bureau, and they engage in many other tasks on behalf of the community. They also participate in special operations focusing on crime issues, and we have generally weekly operations between the cops team and the entertainment policing team to address a variety of crime issues that are occurring in our city. We kind of look at what's happening and then formulate different plans to address those, again, whether it be an undercover operation or a footbeat or a saturation patrol. The entertainment policing team, or EPT, consists of 5 deputies. They are responsible for the nightlife safety in our community at the bars, clubs, restaurants, and the hotels in West Hollywood. They also handle quality of life issues and engage with our unhoused population. They also participate in the special operations focusing on criminal issues, which I just spoke of. Our service area lieutenant is Fanny Lapkin, and she oversees both those teams. So as I said, Part 1 crimes increased 55% for January through November versus the previous January and November for 2021. And again, total thefts, the grand theft, petty theft, and vehicle theft accounted for the vast majority of those crimes. Part 1 crime totals for 2021, especially for the first 6 months of 2021, were impacted by the pandemic-related closures. So comparing this year's more robust numbers with 2021 produces significant percentage increases for several categories of crime. For reference purposes, January through November, Part 1 crime numbers for 2018 and 19 averaged about a little over 2,100 incidents. And for this January through November of 2022, about 2,400 incidents, so comparing pre-pandemic to now. In the West District, there was a 92% increase in Part 1 crimes. This spike was caused by, obviously, a large increase in the pickpocketing at nightclubs by those organized theft groups. As I spoke before, these groups target patrons inside clubs and on sidewalks. The groups work in teams and hand the stolen phone off to accomplices and immediately after the theft occurs. Vehicle burglaries were up 114% and also impacted the West District. Parking lots on Sunset Boulevard were repeatedly targeted for window smash vehicle burglaries, especially when there was property visible in the vehicle. Deputy from our teams also conducted operations to address these issues. The teams usually run one focused operation each week, as I discussed, for a variety of issues. We also had our task force for regional auto theft prevention, otherwise known as TRAP, come out and assist our West Hollywood deputies with operations, including ones specifically for vehicular types of crimes. This is a multi-agency task force with detectives from LASD, LAPD, CHP, Beverly Hills, and other departments. The West District, with a little over 1,400 Part 1 crimes, accounted for 61% of all the Part 1 crimes in the city. The city center saw a more modest 11% increase in Part 1 crimes. Vehicle burglaries were up 121% and saw the biggest jump in, which really fueled the increase for the city center area where those vehicle burglaries. With 451 Part 1 crimes, the city center accounted for 18% of all Part 1 crimes in the city over that period. In the East District, Part 1 crimes increased 31% when compared to the same period in 2021. Total robberies were up about 52%, and petty thefts were up 61%. In terms of overall citywide crime, the East District accounts for about 21% of all crime in that period, all Part 1 crime in that period. During this period, citywide, we saw 28 armed street robberies and 36 strong armed robberies. And as was, in other parts of LA County and the region, we saw robberies for high-end watches or jewelry occur. As we move out of the summer months, those robberies did taper off. One of these last robberies occurred on Sunset Boulevard, where the suspect tried to run over the victim with a vehicle. That investigation continues with the assistance of our Major Crimes Bureau. From January through November of 2022, 303 unhoused persons were arrested. These figures refer only to individuals arrested and do not take into account that many of these individuals had been arrested multiple times during this time frame. It's also worth noting that 29%, 49 out of 170 of all aggravated assaults include a transient suspect. So since we're able to identify that 29% of aggravated assaults involve transient suspects, our COPS team and entertainment policing team and the MET team continue to conduct outreach with our unhoused community. We work really well with our city social services to connect people with resources if they're willing. By conducting outreach, we endeavor to prevent aggravated assaults and other crimes occurring with this population. Other areas of concern was aggravated domestic violence, which was up 34%, something that we need to kind of look more at. That's up quite a bit. Some of the Part 2 crimes that were up, such as the misdemeanor sex offenses, narcotics, hit and run, and drunk in public. These are some other areas that we need to focus some more additional enforcement time with. Our Detective Bureau has been hard at work investigating crimes in the city. A recent arrest was made for a burglar who had 11 burglaries to businesses in West Hollywood. He had additional cases in other jurisdictions as well. Our crime analysts had sent out a bulletin with the suspect's photo and two other law enforcement agencies. A detective from the Beverly Hills Police Department saw the bulletin and recognized the individual who we were trying to identify and provided us with the name of that individual, and he was positively identified. Detectives from West Hollywood Sheriff Station obtained a warrant for his arrest, located him, and arrested him. So there's about 11 burglaries that he was good for here in West Hollywood, and there's additional burglaries in other cities as well. One specific case of interest during this period was an armed robbery that occurred on Kings Road in April of 2022. In this case, a man and a woman were robbed at gunpoint while walking on the sidewalk. A cell phone and a wallet containing credit cards were taken from the victims. Detectives located and obtained surveillance video of the robbery from a nearby apartment complex that showed one of the suspects and their vehicle. Detectives also monitored the stolen credit cards and noticed a fraudulent purchase made by the suspects after the robbery with the victim's credit card. They responded to the store and obtained additional images of both suspects and their vehicle, while other detectives tracked the stolen cell phone to a hotel in Bell, California. Detectives responded to that location for surveillance while a search warrant was being written. While waiting for the search warrant to be signed, detectives observed both suspects leave the hotel room and they were taken into custody. The primary suspect was linked to an additional armed robbery in Lomita, California, and several incidents of organized mail and identity theft. And that's just a couple of things, the great work our Detective Bureau has been doing over this time period. And also to update you, as you may know, we had a incident on December 8th at a nightclub in West Hollywood where somebody was seen giving a gun to somebody else. The person that was receiving the gun went and talked to security saying this person tried to hand a gun to me. So our station was called, deputies responded, they went through the location and did a search for the individual, and he was not located. So these kinds of incidents, obviously we take extremely seriously, and this particular case is being investigated by not only our department, but our Major Crimes Department is also, Major Crimes Bureau is also helping us out with this investigation to identify both the suspect with the gun and the informant. And regarding a recent arrest that was talked about here tonight, on Wednesday, December 7th, at approximately 3:03 p.m., West Hollywood Station received a priority call for service regarding a domestic violence incident. During the deputies responded to the 1100 block of Poinsetta Drive in the city of West Hollywood regarding the domestic violence call. Upon arrival, an irate female adult, unrelated to the domestic violence incident, approached deputies and stood at the entrance of the apartment complex, not allowing deputies to enter the location and conduct their investigation. In domestic violence incidents, every second is critical for the safety of the victims involved. As a result of the female preventing deputies from entering the apartment complex to get to the domestic violence incident, a use of force occurred, and the female was arrested for obstructing the deputies in the lawful course of their duties. Deputies were then able to go to the apartment where the alleged domestic violence incident was occurring. Deputies contacted a male who was home alone. He said his girlfriend had not been there for a couple days. A protective sweep of the location was conducted, and no one else was located in the apartment. West Hollywood Station deputies are conducting the investigation. Detectives are also investigating if this was a false report of an emergency. That part of the investigation is ongoing. Deputies acted appropriately in this situation, in this very difficult situation that they were placed in. Now, Met Team, the city of West Hollywood is the first and only contract city within the county of Los Angeles to contract for a full-time Met Team. The Met Team pairs a deputy sheriff who has approximately 1,000 hours of training in mental health with a clinician from the department, Los Angeles County Department of Mental Health. The contracted Met Team reduces response times for incidents in West Hollywood from 20 minutes to less than 13 minutes on average. During this period, West Hollywood Met Team responded to 109 incidents and evaluated 100 people experiencing a mental health crisis. Of the 100 individuals, 34 adults were involuntarily hospitalized by Met to receive mental health treatment. The Met Team's work also helps to reduce the use of force incidents. The Met Team prevented the use of force in 4 interactions and reduced the use of force in 4 other interactions. 14 West Hollywood constituents living with severe and persistent mental health illness were referred to specialized county-funded intensive care management. They also work with West Hollywood Station personnel, deputies and sergeants, to get them back in the field while Met takes care and handles the incident. The team continues to be a success and contributes to the well-being and safety of the community. And that's a real important point because they come and we can send our folks back into the field and they deal with the incident. As I spoke about earlier, we continue to conduct saturation patrols, plainclothes operations, undercover operations, and footbeats with our cops team, entertainment policing team, to address pickpocketing, vehicle burglary, robbery, and other issues in our city. I asked that the City Council restore the sergeant to our entertainment policing team, which was cut during the 2020 pandemic. Also was cut 1 deputy from the entertainment policing team and the photo enforcement deputy, as well as the photo enforcement program. In June of this year, during the budget discussions, the City Council restored the deputy to the entertainment policing team, which we much appreciate. We also ask that you do not cut deputies from the West Hollywood Station. From 2007 to 2013, we had 67 deputies assigned. Those numbers have dropped between 63 and 61 for the years of 2014 to 2020. We always do more with less. However, the safety of our community is a singular focus, and we should do everything we can to enhance service to our community and put more deputy sheriffs on the street for our community to keep people safe. Deputies are working very hard on behalf of our community. The deputies that work here love being here in the city of West Hollywood. The vast majority of deputies work here past 1, 2, or 3 other sheriff's installations just to come here. Our deputies, sergeants, lieutenants, and professional staff are wonderful people. I am so proud and blessed to work with them all. They all care deeply about this community, and that's why they're here. Our patrol deputies continue to respond to calls for service and conduct patrol checks of areas that are experiencing issues. Our supplemental law enforcement program, Footbeats, are deployed across the city at different days and different times, and are flexible to focus on different issues we have in the city. Our detectives are working hard to solve crimes and bring people to justice. Our wonderful volunteers and reserve deputy sheriffs are a huge asset to the station and our community. We appreciate the hard work they do for West Hollywood. Our volunteers work the front desk and other jobs at the station, which gives us much more flexibility. Our reserve deputies work in patrol, detective bureau, and narcotics. One of our reserve deputies is here tonight at the city council meeting, and he and a couple others are here all the time protecting our city council meetings. We have a holiday community safety patrol that has a proactive focus to prevent crimes from happening in the first place, which we fielded through this holiday season. They concentrate on shopping and entertainment areas to enhance safety for patrons and community during the holiday season, which we may extend actually into the new year. As directed by City Council, we are developing a Jewish community safety plan. We already employ a plan for increased patrols for our Jewish community locations during Jewish holidays, or if something happens in this country or abroad, or some that could affect our Jewish community members, or if there's a valid threat. We are currently working to get information from Jewish community locations for contact information, floor plans, layouts of locations, access points, security personnel, and we will develop a plan for each location, much like we develop plans for all our school safety plans. This would be an even more comprehensive plan than the one we currently have now.
Can I stop you for 1 second? There's a noise that keeps recurring here. I don't know if anyone else is noticing it. Can everyone make sure that their mics are muted? And then could we ask staff to go outside and look to see where that noise is coming from and see if they can stop it? It sounds like somebody's bouncing a ball against the building.
I'm almost done. Sorry.
No, that's all right. I didn't want to interrupt you.
I should have brought no dose for you guys. I apologize. We have been conducting rape treatment center training and LGBTQ training for our entire station. Personnel from the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center come to our briefings to present the latest information and training from the Rape Treatment Center. Approximately 50 deputies have already been through this training, and this is something that we will just always continue. The Sheriff's Department has created an LGBTQ training class, which is POST approved. POST is the California Peace Officer Standards and Training, and oversees all training for California peace officers. We have put approximately 60 deputies through this course, and we are working with our Public Safety Commission and Commissioner Steele in particular with the training. She came and listened to the training. We envision having the department LGBTQ training complemented with a section of training that is West Hollywood specific. We also invite all of you to come in the City Council to sit on one of our training classes. You're always welcome. We continue to work with the Public Safety Commission, Chamber of Commerce, Neighborhood Watch, and associations and other community groups and members. Our door is always open, and we love to engage with our entire community. In January, we'll be resuming our West Side Commanders meeting, which is a command staff which is all the command staff surrounding LAPD divisions, Beverly Hills Police Department, Culver City, Santa Monica Police Department, and Lost Hills, Malibu Sheriff Stations. We talk about common law enforcement issues, best practices, and joint operations, how we can assist each other to keep our whole West Side region here safe. We've put out on our social media a lot of information about avoiding street robberies, sexual assault prevention, nightclub safety, distracted driver, and many other things. We are looking to increase our presence on social media and content and identify a permanent public information officer for the station. We have a wonderful partnership with Cedars-Sinai. We've conducted different operations with them, outreach to the community, and they've also donated electric bikes to us, which are being currently outfitted. And as soon as they are outfitted and ready to go and it warms up a little bit, we'll be on those patrolling around the city. As you know, the Center for Policing Equity is conducting a review of West Hollywood Sheriff Station. The report will be released probably during the first half of next year. We look forward to the findings and doing anything we can to improve our service to our community. We've resumed our community academy. This is a 6 to 8 week program where participants have the opportunity to learn about law enforcement, the Sheriff's Department, West Hollywood Station. Some of the topics are our Special Enforcement Bureau SWAT team, the laws of arrest, procedures by the District Attorney's Office and what they do. We invite all of you to attend. Those of you who have not had the opportunity yet, we also invite our Public Safety Commission and our entire community. It's a really great opportunity to learn about what we do and how we serve our community. We continue to work closely with our community safety and well-being partners. We appreciate and thank our partners from Block by Block, from code compliance, from parking enforcement, from our city social services, and from the LA County Fire Department. We consider ourselves very fortunate to be part of such a great team. We remain committed to facilitating community engagement and building trust within our community. We work hard to provide the best service to our community with a goal of enhanced safety for all. As Maya Angelou said, when you know better, you do better, and we are always learning and applying what we learn so that we can do better. Successful community safety can only happen with a great partnership with our community, which we have. As always, if you see something, say something. Never hesitate to call the sheriff's station to report any kind of suspicious activity. Again, I thank Council for your support. West Hollywood Sheriff Station and our City Council has always enjoyed a great relationship, and we appreciate that. Thank you to the wonderful City Manager, David Wilson, to our Assistant City Manager, Oscar Delgado, our Deputy City Manager, Jackie Rocco, our wonderful Community Safety Director, Danny Rivas, to our City Attorney, Lauren Langer, and all city staff. Working with you is always a pleasure, and we appreciate our great relationship that we have. And a big thank you to our wonderful West Hollywood community, our residents, our businesses, people who work in West Hollywood, and people who come here from all over the world to enjoy what West Hollywood has to offer. We appreciate you, care about you, and we will do everything to ensure a safe community for all. Thank you. Have a happy and safe holiday. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
So I actually have a question for Danny. Do you want to discuss what the Public Safety Commission recommended in terms of the nighttime safety issues? Because we're discussing this all together, so.
Yes, and hopefully the mic, I think it was the mic that was, that Captain Mulder was utilizing, so I think we fixed the problem.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, just wanted to make mention of that. You know, I don't have the specific, Mayor, I don't have the specific memo in front, but I can certainly pull it up. But yes, there were a number of recommendations that the Public Safety Commission provided, both towards the nightlife study session, as well as specific to pickpocketing. And so the Public Safety Commission actually did have on its own a pickpocketing study session and community listening meeting. And so there were a number of different recommendations that the Public Safety Commission did provide. after hearing from a number of different businesses that were in attendance. And so the letter, and thank you, Mayor, for providing a hard copy of that, did outline three different bullets, and I will just kind of summarize them. The first bullet being that to direct staff to coordinate a regular meeting with managers and security personnel to share information on pickpocketing and other public safety related issues. The second bullet point included scheduling of foot patrols with the West Hollywood Sheriff Station and block-by-block security ambassador personnel, specifically within the Rainbow District, and concentrating on the hours between 11:30 p.m. and 2:30 a.m., and looking at the days of Thursday through Saturday. And then the third bullet point was to request that the West Hollywood Sheriff Station contact the Federal Bureau of Investigation for assistance in addressing any organized pickpocketing crime groups operating in the city of West Hollywood. There were three other bullet points that were separated, and the reason why they were separated was there was not a unanimous support from the Public Safety Commission as a whole. So there was different perspectives, obviously, that were shared, but just to include what was summarized by individual public safety commissioners, that did include the implementation of a pilot program that requires the utilization of identification devices at all businesses that serve alcohol for on-site consumption, and assessing the effectiveness of that program after 1 year. The second bullet point relates to authorizing block-by-block security ambassadors to arrest persons that are being detained for pickpocketing at commercial establishments until West Hollywood Sheriff Station deputies arrive.
They can't arrest people, can they? I mean,
Security-
my understanding is that block-by-block security ambassadors cannot arrest anyone.
That is correct. That is not part of their scope of services as a part of their contract.
And it's a different certification or something to that matter. Even for them to carry a taser, they're not even allowed to carry like a taser or something like that should their bodies be threatened in some way, shape, or form, right? They're completely unarmed.
Correct.
Got it. And if that's a whole, and I think I asked this question ages ago to David privately, but, we would have to, that's not our contract with you, correct? Like you wouldn't be able to provide that service.
No, we wouldn't. That's not part of the contract.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question quickly about the FBI. Why haven't you contacted the FBI about the pickpocketing? I mean, there is a crime ring. I'm just curious because it's been going on for a year. A TikTok video pointed it out pretty well, and which is good. But I mean, this is a question, but why haven't you? And if directed tonight, will you?
Oh, yeah, so usually with the FBI, there has to be kind of an interstate nexus. So if we have a particular crime that's happening here in the area, they won't necessarily get involved. But I'll talk to our FBI partners and just chat about it. But usually there has to be that for them to get involved. They'll get involved in a bank robbery if that happens in the area. So there's certain things and under certain conditions that the FBI steps in. Now, I certainly understand that, a lot of the people that are involved in the pickpocket thefts are originating from other countries, but I don't know that would be enough to bring them into it. But I'll certainly reach out to them and chat about it.
And then, I'm sorry, I went first a bunch of times.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Captain. I was actually going to ask for you to chat with the FBI as well, particularly in the arrests that you've made. You have more information about where those folks have come from. So maybe if they're originating from other countries or maybe other states, that would do something. It would be a good partnership with you to see if we can get some more support around this issue. Let me put my glasses on. I noticed that in the attachments with the different crime numbers,
particularly with the drink spiking report. Why are there not 2022 numbers? It ends in 2021. What happened to 2022? Because this doesn't seem like a complete report to me.
Oh, yeah, I guess it was updated today. Are you referring, Mayor Pro Tem, to the chart?
Yes.
Okay.
We have an updated one?
It's on your, it should be on your.
Sorry, we're sharing a mic because I think
I
we started
see.
picking up feedback on the one I was utilizing.
I didn't see this update.
Yeah, so
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Shai, we received an updated report, and so we sent that as a memo to City Council. It is attached for view online, but yeah.
Okay, I thank you for that. I also have a question about the incident at with the person with a gun at the Abbey. Do you know if any information was shared with or did you share any information with other nightlife establishment? Has there been any outreach to nightlife establishments since this from your department?
No, from this particular incident, no. But that's certainly something that we can do, and certainly in the future, I think it's a good idea.
Okay. I know we're not giving direction yet because we need public comment, but can you tell me the difference? Attachment A, page 18, is the sexual assault report. Can you just say for the public the difference between misdemeanor sexual assault and felony sexual assault?
Yeah, so they do, as you see in the Part 1 crimes and the Part 2 crimes, we have misdemeanor sexual, I think it describes as misdemeanor sexual assault. And what that would be is, without getting graphic, like a touching incident that does not rise to the felony level would be considered a misdemeanor sexual assault.
Like groping someone? Like that would be a felony. I'm trying to really get it. It's okay to be specific.
It depends on the exact circumstances,
Okay.
but could be considered that. And then things in that realm would be considered
Misdemeanor.
that a misdemeanor.
Okay. Have you ever had regular meetings with managers and security personnel in the past at all to share information about public safety related issues?
If you're speaking about managers and security personnel from nightclubs, like nightlife establishments?
Yes.
So yeah, so we have an entertainment policing team who they are always in contact with the management and security of our nightlife establishments. We have had meetings in the past with them, specifically on like pickpocketing and sharing of information that they had, and other issues too. We have met with them, not necessarily as a bunch in one group, but in different situations with different issues. Yeah, we have met, and then of course our entertainment policing team develops relationships with all the management and security, and sees them on a regular basis.
So random contacts, but not anything regular in the past.
Correct.
Okay.
Unless you guys do a regular.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine, I just want to add in terms of the response, in terms of meetings and even the incident. So we do meet with the business community twice a month. There's a hospitality business meeting that just is comprised, of entertainment related venues, and then you have an all business meeting that occurs, and so that is facilitated through the chamber. However, there are a number of different representatives, both from the city as well as the sheriff's station, that do attend those trainings. I know Captain Mulder would attend those when he was our service area lieutenant. So just to make mention that we do communicate, especially, and then there are obvious concerns that the business community will bring to our attention that we do provide information on, in terms of that. And actually, we did schedule a meeting with the business community that's going to be occurring this week. And so that is to talk about some of the community and holiday safety and some of the other concerns that were recently brought up specifically as it relates to that incident that you mentioned.
And has the topic of pickpocketing
specifically with all of the Rainbow District businesses been discussed at these meetings?
I mean, it's comprised of, several different businesses, but yes, I mean, we will make mention during a sheriff's report. There's always a segment in the agenda as it relates to public safety, and so there'll be a mention of that. I think where we really kind of dived more deeper into it, obviously, was during the pickpocketing study session and community listening meeting that the Public Safety Commission held in August. But that certainly, triggered some additional conversations from different establishments specific in the Rainbow District.
Are they all there? That's what I'm trying to find out. Are they all?
It's hit and miss. I mean, you'll have representatives from some of them, and I just know from the owners that are on there as well as the general managers, but you won't have like all of them there. But you'll have, I'd say, at least 6 to 7 businesses in the Rainbow District that are all entertainment related that are there. And these are more of the larger, heavier occupancy level businesses that do attend.
And this is on Zoom?
It is. Yes, it is.
Okay. If we were to request that the entertainment policing team go out, just walk like regular old days to the establishments to just update them on issues and just get any feedback, would that be a possibility? The ones that maybe aren't at these meetings, just to make sure everyone's covered.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and actually Danny had suggested, we had chatted in the past about this, and he suggested maybe having this a more regular meeting. So that's something that we'll look to do, I think, coming into the new year. Maybe a set established meeting, maybe quarterly, or however it's best with managers and security of nightlife establishments, just to kind of, to get together, connect, and share what's going on, and maybe create some sort of email chain so that we can make them aware of things just like this incident and so forth. So yeah, I think it's a really good idea.
Very good. And is there any, you said you've been doing more foot patrols, which are not costing us anything. Are there, where are they happening? Because one of the recommendations from the Public Safety Commission is establishing a set schedule for foot patrols by block in the sheriff's station in the Rainbow District at a specific time. Is any of this already covered by block by block or your department?
So we do have foot beats throughout the city, and that's paid with the supplemental law enforcement program from the city. So we generally try to always have somebody on in the evenings on this side of the west side of town, Saturday and Sundays in terms of foot beat. But then generally around the week we do it at different days, different times to try to give east side, city center, and west side some semblance of equal coverage at different times of the days and different days. We do look at when crimes are occurring. We do look at that and try to also schedule them that way. And also, when people are available to work, we have a lot of other events we have to staff on overtime. So whatever, people can also work and it fits with our program, then we'll have people work. And like I said, we've kind of been trying to vary it a bit, but we generally always have some foot beats on Friday and Saturday nights over in the Rainbow District. And with regard to the reserve detectives at narcotics, yeah, they come here for free, and they usually do here in the Rainbow District. They'll do like Melrose, they'll come up Robertson, they'll do Santa Monica, and walk all around in the Rainbow District and just a little bit surrounding areas as well.
Specifically between the hours of 11:30 and 2:30 a.m. That was a recommendation unanimous from the Public Safety Commission. So Thursday through Saturday. I'd like to know what your thoughts are on that. And clearly, they've been working with you all and did a unanimous recommendation. So if we were to make that recommendation, is that something block by block and you can work together on establishing? Would there be an impediment to that, or?
So yeah, for us, looking at those days and those hours, we have only limited resources and funds to provide footbeats throughout the city. So if that is the will, and that's where you want those resources to go, then other footbeats will not happen because of that. So,
but in partnership with Block by Block, so Block by Block can also work with you because
We're
it's
getting
for
into-
both of you.
We're sort of getting into recommendations. Can we?
Oh no, I'm not making a recommendation. I'm just trying to understand the capacity. I think that's
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, we did add 30 more block by blocks to specifically be on
That's
foot
right.
patrols to essentially free up sheriff's deputies to walk the entertainment district.
36 actually.
So, thank you, 36.
Yes.
Thank you. To do that,
Yeah.
just correcting the record, and Mayor Pro Tem asked a question: is there an impediment to having a scheduled foot patrol? I didn't hear you answer that, but I'm interested in that question.
Yeah, it depends on, again, days and times, and you said Thursday through Saturday, and I think you said 11 p.m. to 2 a.m., which would be a broader shift than that, and usually they're going to run it to 4 a.m. We run the footbeats on the evenings on the Rainbow District to 4 a.m. Just to capture, obviously things close at 2, but people are not home in bed at 2:01, so we have, to cover that period of time when people are still leaving and so forth. So, and then there is, one of the nightclubs is open to 4 a.m. And then we have some other restaurants and so forth that are open late too. So it's not impossible, but then just to let you know that if we dedicate and set a Thursday through Saturday with certain hours, then that will mean that we will be taking away some foot from other areas, and that's sort of the will of the city council. That's fine, absolutely. But that just to make you aware of that, and because kind of the goal before was trying to spread it around a little bit to make sure we cover the whole city. But absolutely, we can certainly.
Yeah, I have 2 questions for you. When did you start ramping up the foot patrols? What month was that?
So we started that probably before Pride, about a couple months before Pride.
Okay.
So what month would that be? I guess May.
May?
May.
Okay, and that's been consistent with what you've been doing?
Yes,
Till
it has
now.
been.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's great. I know that's something we were asking for. And the second question, just to clarify, since Block by Block has been ramped up, the 36 and the kiosks, and our residential patrols of 30 Block by Block ambassadors in partnership with you, crime has dropped.
Yeah, since June, crime has dropped because June was the highest.
Right, because they started getting ramped up after June and July. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, crime dropped after June.
So your foot patrols and the Block by Block security ambassadors being ramped up in the city have resulted in lower crime so far.
Yeah, I mean, we have a great partnership with Block by Block and all our...
And your entertainment policing that we added.
Yeah,
That's been great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, can we move to public comment? I'm sorry, do you have a question?
I have a question, yeah. Just related to the traffic division numbers, if I may. I'm noticing an increase across the board in vehicle-related incidents that involve a driver effectively endangering our community. Drunk driving, DUI citations, hit-and-run incidents, collisions involving pedestrians, and speeding, most concerningly. I noticed this 84.7 decrease in the number of speeding citations. So I'm just curious what enforcement in this realm looks like and what might be attributing to that shift.
There are all those increases, and again, those are compared with last year's statistics, which might be a little bit different because of obviously pandemic, as all of them are. But it is a concern with all those getting higher, especially looking at the drunk driving numbers. They're up. We have a great, relatively new now traffic sergeant, and he is very. He applies himself to getting different grants so we can have extra patrols, and we're even looking at fielding maybe a DUI car. So for maybe 40 hours a week, specifically focused on DUI. So that's something we're looking to do at the station as well. With regard to the like traffic citations and so forth. And I know we get information from council, from city staff, from community where we're having problem areas, and then we assign our traffic deputies to go to those areas to issue citations, to do enforcement. And currently, both of our motor deputies are out injured, so we've been filling behind them with motor deputies, but in a vehicle. And we actually just hired another motor deputy to fill one of those spots, so they should be coming soon once one of them opens up officially, which should be in the next month or couple months. So certainly something we're always working on. Traffic here in West Hollywood certainly is challenging. Anytime anybody has an issue in a particular area, they just need to contact us, and we'll make sure we have some enforcement out there.
Okay, let's go to public comment. Jackie Steele, to be followed by Annie Jump Vicente.
I'm transparent. If we're combining these, is it possible to request another moment or two, just since these are two giant combined topics as a commissioner? Thank you. Thank you. If you said yes, there you go. Appreciate it. So there's a couple things I wanted to clarify. I think in regard to the Public Safety Commission recommendations, the arrest wasn't an expectation that they would perform outside their duty with block by block, and it wasn't my recommendation for clarity. It was after the dialogue that anyone can make a citizen's arrest, and if anyone in fact can make a citizen's arrest, which they can in the city of West Hollywood, then could block by block not also detain someone in that fashion? Again, not my reco. I just wanted to add some context that came from some of the other commissioners. Also related to that report, I'm vehemently against cameras in queer spaces. That has not proven effective. Also, the capture of data has not proven effective. We asked both the sheriff, we asked both the business owners that were in the building for these meetings if those led to arrests and if that led anywhere, and they did not. So advancing the further capturing of people's personal information becomes a civil liberty issue, and it actually doesn't lead to arrest. It hasn't, and there's zero data to support that. And furthermore, we don't need more cameras in queer spaces. That just gets into a whole dialogue about community safety, which is, it's our job to make these spaces safe. It's our agency partners' jobs, and it's our business community's job to make these spaces safe, not to further victimize a community in what some would consider that fashion. And that goes for both data capture, to be crystal clear, and then also goes for cameras in our what are supposed to be safe queer spaces. So I just wanted to offer that. One thing that was not included in this particular report, and I don't know if that's because it's supposed to come in another point, but was the dialogue around a nightlife safety working group or body. It doesn't matter what that body comes out to be, but some type of working group. That meeting really turned into kind of an extended council meeting and didn't afford enough dialogue. There is so much more work to be done, and we're talking about arrests, we're talking about statistics, but we're not talking about the that we haven't made any progress in our sexual assault cases. We waited a month and a half to activate drink spiking strips because we couldn't coordinate that. And these are things that just shouldn't be taking that much time, and that you have folks that are certainly more than qualified or capable to help execute, but we're not leaning into community. We're pushing community out of some of this dialogue. So I wanted to bring that back up to the surface for some type of a working group. I don't think it makes sense to not have current folks serving on bodies like the Women's Advisory Board, the Trans Advisory Board, as a part of that, along with nightlife, folks that have stake in the nightlife. And I would like to please have the time to add that regarding the incident at the local business establishment with the gun, there was no dissemination of information to nightlife. I have personally gone out and spoken to nightlife. Thank you. I've personally gone out and spoken to nightlife. They were not thrilled. We just had a vigil and talked about protecting each other, and yet we couldn't simply send anyone out to all of the other bars. If there was a description of to give to the sheriff, and then they called in Beverly Hills, which was also great support, there was description enough to send a block by block to get out to our nightlife venues where folks are potentially in a sitting duck situation. It's very real. It's very current. And then my final note, and I do appreciate the extra time, is that At some point, all the locations of the drink spiking sexual assaults were removed from this report. I don't know why that decision was made. I'm not really sure what the justification for such a move would be. No harm has come to these businesses. These are some of the top money makers in the city. No one's attacking our businesses. I stood here last year or on Zoom and asked what we've done to work with these businesses, and I still don't have an answer. But what we have taken the time to do is pull the name out of the report. We have to know how to keep our community safe, and if we're pulling that information out, we're not doing that. We need to know, and the public deserves a right to know. West Hollywood has a commitment to transparency, and I just think that's an unnecessary precaution while we're not taking time to actually, and I understand how hard the sexual assault cases are. We have a great working dialogue on that. And then just a final note, let's please look at language like irate or intoxicated patrons being targeted, because there's some victimizing and victim blaming in there. I know it's not the intention, and we'll talk more and we have dialogue, and I appreciate that. I'm irate all the time, and that doesn't have anything to do with anything. So just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Annie Jump Vicente, followed by Arjan Timmermans.
Hello, test 1, 2. Test.
Can you use the mic right at the...
No, I want to use this one, please. Hello.
There you go. It has to be. Yeah.
All right, so one, I think it's despicable to have 3 extremely urgent and different discussions combined into one. 2, I have so much to say about all of this, but first I would like to say, hey, Sheriff, what happens when your deputies enter a apartment building without probable cause, hearing no disruptions from any violent acts, no gunshots, no screaming, no nothing, when asked for a search warrant, none is provided, and they enter my building, the rest didn't happen outside, it happened inside. What happens when the sheriffs arrest me inside and don't even tell me I'm being detained or being arrested? What happens when it's a false police report? What happens when they throw the person's head into a wall? Now you have brutality.
Annie, you should be addressing this body, please.
Okay, then what happens, Sheriff, when this all happens? What happens when this person is illegally detained upon anything? What happens when this person now has to suffer trauma? I believe, Mayor Pro Tem, you had said that misgendering is a violent act. That occurred outside of my home after I had properly addressed them calmly. I'm a woman. Thank you. I'm a woman. Thank you. I'm a woman. Thank you. And that's when it becomes irate. Do you see how they demonize everyone? This is the same crap that happens to black women mostly, and it sometimes happens to trans women. This is just another tactic designed by the sheriffs to misinterpret a story to make them look good. It's nonsense. The FBI, right, how many times have they been involved in the international crime ring because Apple charges their phones now to be $1,000 versus $900? So that's an automatic rise in grand theft just because of the price difference. That was discussed at Public Safety Commission back in August. I believe there was also another commissioner who broke down line item by line items and made this man extremely embarrassed. He was more red then than he was today during this meeting, which is hilarious. I am so sick and tired of hearing that we need sheriffs. The people that keep us safe are us. Where are the citizens? If we could make citizens arrest, why are they here? You literally have a bunch of thugs known to be in gangs walking around the streets with guns who have the ability to arrest anyone at any point, and there has been no repercussions so far. I don't understand why they're here. I just don't. You please answer this for me.
Arjan Timmermans, followed by Ed Holman.
Good evening, Mayor Meister, Mayor Pro Tem Shine, and City Council members. A big congratulations to the newly sworn council members that were sworn in tonight. I'm very excited for you. My name is Arjen Timmermans. I'm a 10-year resident of West Hollywood. I'd like to take a moment to share my experience about a city program I recently participated in, and I'm seeking your support to continue the program. Following concerns about public safety, I participated in the Community Academy, an educational program hosted by the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department and the City of West Hollywood. People have strong feelings about public safety. We can start by having an ongoing and candid dialogue with our city's law enforcement to help it meet the unique needs of our city. The Community Academy was designed to do just that, to create a forum to learn, share, and discuss. It's a 6-week program that showcased different parts of the Sheriff's Department, along with a lively discussion between participants and presenters. We learned about the MET program, the Homeless Task Force, and much more. We also had the opportunity to do a ride-along with the deputy and visit the county jail downtown. The Community Academy was an eye-opening experience for me. I have a much better understanding of the different parts of the Sheriff's Department and how city budget is used to fund our law enforcement. Moreover, the Community Academy is one of the best ways to build greater understanding between members of the community and deputies. I hope the city will support another installment of the Community Academy next year. And if that happens, I highly encourage our city council members, commissioners, and members of the public to attend. It's really a great opportunity to ask questions, have a frank dialogue. I want to thank the city staff for helping to host the event and deputies of the West Hollywood Sheriff's Department for putting together a terrific program. Thank you.
Thank you, Arjan. Ed Holman, to be followed by Jonathan Harling.
Okay, one second. Good evening. Congratulations, Councilmember Byers, Mayor Meester, and welcome back, Councilmember Howman. Block by block. Which blocks? Are the block by block people patrolling the city, or are they dispatched as needed? The only places I've seen the black and blue uniforms are in Boys Town near the bars, near Plummer Park, or at the laundromat at Hayworth and Santa Monica Boulevard, and then there's one located at City Hall. I walk my dog in and around the area from La Cienega to La Cienega to Fairfax and Fountain to Melrose, which is a pretty big area, and I've only seen the one black and blue uniform at City Hall. I'm a pretty big guy, so I feel pretty safe. Knock wood, nothing has happened to me yet. Am I lucky, or am I in the safe zone? If you're taking money from the Sheriff Department to give to the Block by Block Ambassador program, I'd like to see more of them in the blocks for the people who aren't as big or as lucky as I am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Jonathan Harling.
Okay, I'm ready. Police do not keep us safe, and I want to start with the whole block by block thing. I see them walking around all the time, but they're never like engaging with the people, trying to see what's going on with the people, seeing if they can help them or see what they're going through. They just push them down the street. Hey, sir, you can't sit here. What are you doing here? What are you doing there? So they're not really trying to do anything. They're looking for problems, and if you're looking for problems, you will find problems. And the whole phone stealing ring, that's a bunch of nonsense because, like, who's out here just stealing cell phones? Like, they could be tracked. Like, who's just out here stealing cell phones? And back to the whole thing with the cops, I'm going to read something to you. In 2006, in 2005, Jessica Gonzalez sued Castle Rock, Colorado police for failing to arrest her husband, who had violated a protective order, resulting in the murder of her 3 children. Her case went to the U.S. Supreme Court in the town of Castle Rock. And this case was Castle Rock versus Gonzalez, where she left, because even though the order required arresting her husband upon violation, then Justice Scalia successfully argued that a well-established tradition of police discretion has long coexisted with apparently mandatory arrest statutes. And I'm telling you from a person who has had guns pulled on them twice, both by police officers. I've never had a gun pulled on me by a citizen in the public. I've always had guns pulled on me because I look like I might be a threat. And so for me, it's a problem when we say we need to give cops or have more cops on the street, or we need to arm or give them more weapons, or give them more money to do more what happened here. Because I know what it feels like, and I've seen what it can do to others. I've seen my friends brutalized by police. We have to find another way. We can't keep doing the same things that has happened from the start of this country. This is not the way that you move forward. We have to find solutions. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Jonathan. Do we have any people on Zoom?
We have one, I believe.
Okay.
We have two, Mayor. Yes.
Thank you.
Our first speaker this evening is Yola Duray, to be followed by Shane Nash. Yola, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council and all honored guests. Welcome back to City Council, and welcome. So proud of all of you. Regarding public safety, I think of my friend, long gone, Ruth Williams. She was a beacon for public safety throughout West Hollywood. A number of years back, West Hollywood tried to have its own police department, if you will, its own way to do things. Well, it didn't work. It didn't work then, and it will not work now. If you think we need to make some changes, possibility for more sensitivity training, possibility that some of the citizens need to be more aware of things they do, possibility if you see something, say something. We've had an uptick in hate crimes, violence of all natures, and weapons all over the place. We need our sheriff's department. We need them here, and we need them now. As a disabled citizen in a minority group, a forgotten minority group, I urge you, don't forget those of us in fear as we go about. Make our deputies here in West Hollywood. Do not make cuts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Yola. Our next speaker is Shane Nash. Shane, you will have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
Good evening, esteemed council members, Mayor Pro Tem, city staff, and those attending and watching. I wanted to congratulate, first of all, the two new council members, returning council member as well, Howman and Byers. I look forward to working with you. Not sure if I can ask directly to Bill Mulder, but taking a look at page 33 on this report here, my own incident that happened December 3rd of 2021, I can't seem to recognize it on this report. If possibly he could clarify that for me. As of my knowledge, my case is not filed with the DA's office. The other two cases that are pending don't relate to the statistics of my crime, so I'm kind of confused if the detective is still calling me for interviews, but I don't quite see the incident reported here. Possibly I may be reading that wrong, or maybe it has been filed. Maybe you can clarify that for me. Second of all, a lot of folks tend to have an issue with transgender folks and the representation in the city, and it's very tragic to see what happened to Anne and watching that video, and especially with a lot of the work that I was trying to do personally with the Sheriff's Department and rehabilitating the image and, you know, building that bridge for community. I'm kind of disappointed to see this report has now removed all of these locations, and hopefully we can get those locations back so folks can actually understand where these incidences are happening so we can identify it so it's a safer city. I agree with the previous speaker in some aspects, but in other aspects, we think it's important to be reminiscent of, the new sheriff was just elected because of a lot of the issues that were going on with the sheriff's department. I think it's important to be transparent with the issues that we do have with West Hollywood and how we can actually work with them and also support our businesses. And I also just wanted to give a special shout out to Z Pizza for supporting the transgender march. The owner actually marched out and gave us all 30 water bottles and supported the march and didn't charge us all. So I just want to see more togetherness like that in our community and our city and even in our website blogs that tend to, paint us not all in a great light. But thank you so much, Mayor Pro Tem and city staff for the work you do, especially Melissa Crowder.
Thank you, Shane.
Thank
Mayor,
you, Shane.
That was our last speaker.
Okay. Councilmember Erickson?
Can you address Shane's comment? Is it in here? Because I was actually looking for that, and his sexual assault doesn't.
His incident in the list. Yeah, I'll have to go through
I don't want to. I know this is confidential, so I don't want to call him out publicly in that way. But if you could follow up with Shane privately, because I don't want to. I think privately is most appropriate here, but this is something we've talked about, and I think it's really important for. I don't like that a crime was committed against my friend, and I don't like that it has to be in paper in front of us. But there is something about saying and recognizing that was recognized. For reporting in some way, shape, or form. So if you could follow up privately with Shane, I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll look at that and see if we can pair to make sure. I would assume it's on there, but I will check.
Yeah, thank you. So I want to thank you for this update, and I want to thank the hard work of the city's Public Safety Commission. Sorry, I just realized it's 8:25 a.m. Jerusalem time, and I'm still going because I haven't kicked over and it just hit me. So there we go. So my brain's a little foggy at the moment. In regards to what the public safety is recommending, I'm going to start there on some of my comments, and then I think I'll leave it for the rest of them. I would like you to engage the FBI. I think this is an ongoing conversation that does need to happen. This is and seems to be an international incident that is occurring. I think you yourself at some point said it was some Latin American country. I don't want to place blame on one of them that was going on here in West Hollywood back in Pride. We did arrest those 14, and it continues to go like this, but a viral TikTok video shouldn't be doing more to tell us about this than our local law enforcement. So I think that's really important. We continue to work with that. I would like to identify the feasibility of working with the Rainbow District to identify how customers can be matched when they get in. However, I am cognizant of privacy concerns. I understand not everyone that is 21 goes to a bar, although we like to think everyone's following the rules, but queer people do feel, they want to go out to these spaces, and some of them might have fake IDs. I'm not advocating for fake IDs. LA Times, that's not the headline tomorrow, but there is something to say about people going to these spaces to be amongst the LGBTQ community. But I would like to understand what those steps could be for implementing a pilot program like this to help verify that, because I know it's worked in other cities, and I know we've talked about that privately in the past. Additionally, information sharing between the security personnel. I have a quick question for you. You can answer it later. Do most of the bars have private security? I know the Abbey does. I know Hart does. And they all mostly have a private security agency. I don't know how it's coordinated. I don't want to be in the mishigas of all that, trying to figure it out. How you would coordinate that, but I do think it is really good, because I did meet while I was attending an event at Hart a few weeks ago. they told me how they identify pickpocketers in their establishment, and they were able to reduce those numbers by, I think he said 75 to 80%. So if you could maybe meet with him to implement or look at what they're doing, but then meet with everyone, I think that would be really helpful, because that is going into, I think, Annie, you said it about the $750 to $1,000 aspect of what an iPhone costs now. They're part one crimes, and so it is happening a lot. So we do need to work on that. Yes, that too. Additionally, I don't support video surveillance. I've never supported those types of cameras. I think, and I agree with Commissioner Steele in that aspect. Also, there's a records information aspect about who has that information, how is it readily available, should a public records request be made. However, it would be great to see if video storage could be worked better with our businesses. I don't necessarily support a working group yet. I don't know if we're there yet, but I could be convinced otherwise, and I'm open to that conversation. But I don't know if that's a conversation for tonight, personally. Additionally, I appreciate I would like to look at the directing staff to work on that regulars meeting. I do think that what we decided as a council and then reaffirmed with our numbers a couple of meetings ago, establishing regular foot patrols in West Hollywood with the sheriffs is very important. To comment on Ed's point as well about where block by block is. I see them on the east side. I live on the east side, but I understand some people, yeah. So where they can be seen, I know that was the goal of that program, to get more of those block by block ambassadors in the streets. They can't be everywhere all at once. That's why we gave them bikes, we gave them e-bikes, we can give them more e-bikes or whatever they need to be, but it is important that our community sees them in specific areas and knows when and how it's all going on, and I'm hopeful for that to continue, and I'm really glad to hear about the staffing issues. And then additionally, I would like to see a regular distribution of drink spike testing strips. I think 6 times per year. I'm fine with that number. I don't know how that number was created or recommended to us. And then that's where I'm going to stop because my brain's getting fuzzy, so I apologize. But that's just where I'm on the public safety stuff, but I'm happy to chime in where my other colleagues have other suggestions as well, and I apologize. So.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I wanted to just follow up on some of the remarks I had made regarding the traffic issues. I think what might be helpful, you mentioned that we would be able to better direct the traffic division to be able to curb some of those traffic concerns. And I noticed some gaps in reporting on the reports between the time of day and the locations that those incidents are occurring. And I think that would be helpful to sort of have a sense of where in community some of those drunk driving incidents are being reported, the speeding issues, and traffic collisions. And sorry, I'm also not clear which of those do already have that, but I think across the board to have that for all traffic-related incidents would help us better direct those resources. I also just noticed, I was going back through the month-by-month crime data because the breakdowns there were really helpful. And in the November report specifically, it either seemed like a duplicate or I'm just not clear on how it's being reported, a scooter versus pedestrian incident on Sunset, and then a similar vehicle versus pedestrian incident on the exact same day, but the location was unidentified, so I couldn't tell if the vehicle was the scooter or 2 separate incidents occurred on the same day. And I don't need an answer, I just wanted to sort of indicate that, yep. I also just wanted to ask a question regarding domestic violence. Is domestic violence response currently under the purview of the Public Safety Commission? Is that conversations that are within the scope of that work plan?
Councilmember Byers, are you meaning in terms of reviewing the data or giving recommendations in terms of social services programs?
Both.
Yeah, so in terms of the social services programs, I know we have the Director of Human Services that could speak to that, but my understanding that falls under the purview of the Human Services Commission. As it relates to reviewing data, crime statistics, that is something that is reported by the Sheriff's Station on a monthly basis before the Public Safety Commission. So there is input and dialogue as it relates to that.
That's terrific. I think it's an area where it could be beneficial to have more Public Safety Commission conversations there, given that sheriffs are the ones who respond to the domestic violence incidents. While of course it would be great if the social services division was the one going to those doors to ensure things were okay, it doesn't seem like that's what's currently happening. So I think if sheriffs are the first responders to those incidents, then putting that also under the purview of Public Safety Commission would ensure that we're doing that sort of work well. And I can, coming from Human Services Commission, can appreciate the work that that commission does to engage in social services, direct things, but it seems like there's a disconnect because in the specific incident that we've been talking about tonight, there was a lack of services, it seems, other than the Sheriff's Department connected to that call. And I don't want to speculate how things could have been different. I'm just asking that perhaps fall under the purview of the Public Safety Commission in the future for a more robust discussion.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, you know, in terms of reviewing the data and identifying, like you've just highlighted, what you've seen in terms of traffic enforcement, et cetera. So I definitely think that's something that the Public Safety Commission can raise a concern over and ask questions to the station on. Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm going to jump in for a minute. I just wanted to go through first the two memos that were sent to us from the Public Safety Commission. I'll start with the nighttime safety recommendations. I think all of the bullets make sense. As far as distribution of the spike test strips, obviously we want to make sure that the bars always have them. So I don't know that it necessarily means distribution at a set time, but to make sure that they have what they need at all times. With regard to creating the safety task force, the nightlife safety task force, frankly, I think we have a Public Safety Commission. This should be under their purview. And if there needs to be feedback from other advisory boards or commissions, certainly they should reach out. That's why we have liaisons, right? So they should reach out to the Women's Advisory Board and the LGBTQ+ Commission and TAB and even Human Services Commission. But I think that to create another task force when we've had so many task forces and commissions, I don't know if that makes sense. Obviously, there should be, there's no problem with having study sessions to have opinions from all of these groups. But I do think that it should be under the purview, as Councilmember Beyer said, of the Public Safety Commission. With regard to the pickpocketing recommendations, and I see this is, broader than pickpocketing recommendations. I had brought forward an item last year about having a commercial neighborhood, safety program. And I know that the businesses were not totally gung-ho about having a neighborhood watch program. And I think part of the issue is, as you said, when you have larger meetings of the broader business community, if there's not something that's specifically interesting, bringing interest to a business, they're not going to show up at that meeting, right? So I think that maybe what we should do is focus that program specifically, as Mayor Pro Tem said, with the Rainbow District businesses, and have a quarterly meeting, or however often it needs to happen, but at least I think quarterly, to have a discussion about what's happening at their businesses, what they're doing, to be proactive, and to see how they can work together in order to help reduce whatever activities are happening. I think that's really important. In terms of the camera discussion, one of the other things that was in that item, and I don't know that you would really, for me to have like a ring camera in the front or in the back where there's an alley. I don't know how intrusive that is. It is, of course, up to the business, but we are looking at the possibility of some kind of program that the city gives some kind of rebate or a deduction on their business license tax, whatever that ends up being, that if the businesses do want to take advantage of that, to have some kind of camera program it's really about, again, alleys not being safe, having the proper lighting, those types of issues, which I think we really have to weigh, is it privacy versus safety? And for me, in those, it's a public space. An alley is, behind a business. I think we have to worry about the safety aspect of it. So I'm for that, being able to implement that program if we can do that, and if the businesses are willing to do that. I guess we discussed the authorizing block by block to arrest persons. I don't think that they are considered private citizens if they're working as an organization for the city in that capacity. I'm not a lawyer, and maybe you can, maybe Councilmember Heilman will help with that. But so I don't think that they can do that. I don't think they can be arresting people. So I think that we have to, we know that the private security in the businesses can detain if someone, just as they did at Rocco's when they detained the pickpocketers that they had caught. So, and that was legal for them to do. So that is the proper way of approaching that. Regarding utilization of identification devices, I think that's really, I'd need to know more how effective that is. I know it was discussed at the Public Safety Commission meeting, but I would love for you to come back with numbers to tell us how effective that is. And I know that you'll be discussing the possibility of metal detectors. I don't know, there are some businesses utilizing that. I don't know how that's working out or how people are responding to that. But I think we always have to remember that, we have seen incidents happen at Pulse nightclub, at Club Q, and I think for us, or I think I can speak for all of us, the safety of our community, and especially in where LGBTQ people are the target, should be number one. And so I would like us to at least have that conversation with our businesses. So the issue about the identification devices and any other devices that will help reduce or at least deter people going into a club. And I will say that we need to look at these our out zones in certain areas, because our out zones are basically open spaces where they can they're open spaces with no protection. And so that's just another thing. I know we're not going to discuss that tonight, but that is something that I think about often. I guess we talked about foot patrols, having both block by block foot patrols and sheriff's foot patrols working the Rainbow District at hours where obviously when most people are there, between 11 at night and 4 in the morning. So I will trust that you will have the appropriate deployment plans for that. And so I think that goes through pretty much the pickpocketing recommendations from public safety. And then I do want to thank the volunteers. I always like to do a shout out. They had 1,220 hours with a value of $32,782. So we thank our volunteers for their volunteer work and their assistance in public safety needs. The other thing I did want to discuss quickly is when the reporting happens, and maybe David could also chime in on this, but for me, like an 11-month period is sort of awkward, so I would prefer a 12-month period, whether it's January to December or if it's our fiscal year. So from October to September, to have one of the reportings that way. And then if we have a mid-year, in that mid-year, maybe focus on the trends of that first 6 months to see if what's happening is what we were expecting was going to happen. Are programs that we're implementing working? We also want to make sure that whatever we're doing with public safety as we move forward with our community well-being plan, that it's working. So that's what I would like to see in those, at least moving forward. And I love these charts with the arrows. And so thank you. Please keep doing that, Danny. Those it's always great to have visual that tells the story, and I think it's good for the public also to be able to see the story in a very user-friendly way. As a market research person, that's always the way to go for us. And then the last thing that I will mention, that's why I wanted to speak sort of early on so we can have this discussion or at least hear your thoughts, is that I believe that it was a few months ago when the decision was made to delay the cuts in the 2 sheriff's deputies to January, which means that we would have to make, if we didn't want to make the cuts, we would have to make that decision today. Is that right? And my opinion is that it is still too early to do that. We don't have a full staff yet with block by block. They're not all fully trained. They're still going through some growing pains and figuring out to, please excuse me, I'm allowed to speak, Annie. I feel that they need definitely at least a few more months of being on the ground to figure out deployment, what's the best deployment. We've been asked by our captain for an additional sergeant for the entertainment policing team. I think we all recognize, especially after what happened recently at Club Q, that having an entertainment policing team is extremely important. Having the resources for it is extremely important. So at the very least, I would say let us not cut the 2 deputies, and then if I want to push it to the limit, I would say to also add the sergeant for the entertainment policing team. And that's all I have to say for now. Councilmember Howman?
Thank you. Thank you to all of our staff who presented. I just wanted to respond to 2 questions, and then I'll get to my comments. Mayor Pro Tem Shine asked about sexual battery. It is actually a crime that can be, it's called a wobbler, so it can be prosecuted either as a felony or as a misdemeanor. So touching somebody's buttocks for sexual gratification without consent would likely be prosecuted as a misdemeanor, whereas grabbing somebody's private parts without their consent for sexual gratification would likely be prosecuted as a felony. And it would vary based on what was said, the circumstances. Somebody who has repeatedly touched other people's buttocks for sexual gratification, it could be prosecuted as a felony. So that is the confusion about why it is, we think of sexual assault as we should, as a very serious offense, but it gives the discretion to the prosecutor to determine the right appropriate punishment for the crime that's been committed. I certainly support the sheriff talking to FBI, but I understand why they haven't done so yet. The FBI generally prosecutes federal crimes and investigates federal crimes. Those involve crossing state lines to commit a crime. It involves a crime that involves interstate commerce, like a hijacking of a plane. So usually crime control is at the local level. So those were my responses to the questions, but I do want to focus my comments on what I think are the big picture from my perspective. And the big picture, as Mayor Meister said, is that it's our responsibility as a council and as city staff to keep people safe in this community. Our residents, our visitors, our business people, and I think everyone is in agreement that that's what we need to do. When I look at the statistics that we've been provided, it's very troubling to me. Less than 50% of our residents feel safe at night. That to me is something that we need to address. Whether it's merely a perception or it's a reality, we need to address that. And I heard it from my own neighbors the other night when we had our holiday party, people saying they're not feeling safe walking their dog at night, walking to the store at night, and sometimes even during the day they're not feeling safe. And it's understandable why. When we look at the statistics, and granted, last year was still part of the pandemic, but aggravated assault is up, robbery is up, burglary is up, theft is up, auto theft is up, arson is up. And then, as Councilmember Byers pointed out, we have these serious increases in traffic-related incidences. Increase in traffic collisions involving injury, increase in DUI, increase in hit and run. Those are the sort of things that we need to address. And while I support block by block, they are not equipped to make arrests in those instances. So in my view, we do need to support law enforcement. We need not to cut those positions, and we should be restoring the entertainment police sergeant, because a year ago, we didn't have our entertainment activity as active as it is now. Now that the businesses are back and we're attracting a large crowd, that's when we need the full component of people to do that work. We also need to have foot patrols. And I don't want to micromanage how the foot patrols.
Excuse me.
I don't want to micromanage how the foot patrols are deployed, but certainly during the weekends on the west side where we have a large number of people, it seems like that needs to be coordinated with block by block and the sheriff so that we have foot patrols there at all times. In terms of the concern about security cameras, guess what? There are security cameras in the Abbey, in Mickey's, probably in every single one of those, as Jackie mentioned, queer spaces. When you walk in there, there are security cameras. And so I don't have any problem. My building has security cameras. A lot of the condo buildings, a fair number of the apartment buildings in this city have security cameras. Many of the restaurants do. I think it should be a requirement for all new businesses that they have an outward-facing security camera, that the recordings, the videos are kept for a minimum of 30 days to make sure that if there is an incident where one of our members of our community is attacked or brutalized on the street, that we have the documentation and we have the evidence to justify a prosecution of that individual.
Annie.
In terms of communication, I think that we need to establish a system. We do have a lot of private security in the city, working at clubs, working at private businesses, working at grocery stores. I don't think we have a system to communicate in real time with those individuals when an incident occurs. And all of those individuals are licensed by the city. I believe they're licensed by the city. Many of them are actually required to be present in those businesses as part of our business license requirements. Those people, we need to have an ability to communicate with them block by block and the sheriffs in real time so that when an incident like the gun at the Abbey occurs, somebody at the sheriff's station can immediately communicate to all of those security guards to be on the lookout for this particular person. This is the incident that recently occurred, and we need to address it. So I think, in terms of what I'd like us to do, those are the things that I think would really be addressing the kind of public safety concerns that I've been hearing from my neighbors.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. So as far as the discussion on the pickpocketing recommendations, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Erickson, Councilmember Byers. I agree with your comments, and Mayor Meister, I agree with your assessments and the request for the reporting and all of that. As far as Councilmember Heilman's recommendation regarding outward-facing cameras, I would like to know more. I'm not prepared to make that decision tonight, but I would like to get more input. I think that's something we need to have on another type of report, so the public has time to give us full input from the community so that we can make a decision. But I'm open to further analysis of what that would look like and with more input. With regard to I also want to make a couple of comments. First of all, I want to give some positive feedback to the department. Thank you for doing the Santa Monica rape treatment training. I do want to say that since the 50 said have been trained so far, that's great. I think it was 3 more than what was in the report. I'm really happy about that, so we have another 10 to go. I have not been contacted by people or victims, because I was getting contacted a lot before, which is why I really was adamant about you taking that training. I haven't gotten any negative feedback, so it's working. It seems like it's working, at least from any interactions with me or anything I've heard in the community. So it's great, and the training is essential, and it's working. Definitely, we need to. I'm glad you're going to work with Jackie Steele and the LGBTQ Commission and the other plans to enhance our LGBTQ training. I know that Sergeant Yost has been brought up a lot. I do want to say, Sergeant Yost, it's not a personal issue with you. I want to make that very clear. I think a lot of us were very hard on you. So on my part, if I came across as pointing you out, I want to apologize to you, okay? I think it was definitely just the training and not you particularly, but the training does need to be enhanced, and that's something I'm glad we're going to work on. With regard to the response to the nighttime safety study session, there's several things there's a lot in here, and I appreciate everyone working together and staff with the responses and everyone who worked on this. With regard to a question about resources given to victims when they report an incident or crime and we requested all sheriff station and BBB staff to have victim resources and information readily available. The response to that was a pamphlet that's given out from the LASD. I would actually like to request and see if the captain would be open to also handing out the Santa Monica Rape Treatment Center pamphlet. They had a really great small pamphlet, and if we can get those in the sheriff's station to hand out, it was really, really effective. So that would be great. We were also asking for a report of solved cases related to rape, sexual assault, and assault. What are the rates of solving crime? Are there detectives specially trained in nighttime safety assigned to West Hollywood, or are we using as resources in the county, or where are we using resources in the county? The response to that question was, we can get this information from the Special Victims Unit. So that's not a complete response to the actual question. I would like staff to come back with an actual report. So if we need to get that information from the Special Victims Unit, that would be great, to get the stats. That was why I think I asked that question during the nighttime study session. what I've been hearing from my neighbors is positive feedback, as well as from businesses, about the partnership of the sheriff with the block-by-block security ambassadors. So I've been receiving positive feedback, and when I take a look at the reasons why we instituted a alternative way of keeping the public safe, it was because we wanted to do something differently than we've done before and be innovative, and public safety and the community safety was at the forefront of that decision that we made in June. And in our last meeting that we discussed the number of deputies, we decided unanimously to stick with our original vote and made a unanimous vote for January. And we have extended that already, and we have our block-by-block security masters now ramped up. I understand that there needs to be always better training, just like the Sheriff's Department is, after years and years of being partners with us, now getting better training as well. I am not in favor of steering away from that. I think we need to give this program a chance and keep the course of where we are, and we can always revisit, because another part of that motion back in June was 9 months after the program was in existence to look at crime stats, see where we are, and maybe that's the part that we extend instead of voting on that, which would have been March, since we extended the 2. Maybe we vote on that closer to after Pride, which would have been looking at whether we're going to decrease another 3. So if we extend that one, then we keep course of what we unanimously voted on, and we can always too, if something happens, if we as a body feel that, this is just not working, we can at any time look at our service levels again. But I am not in favor of steering away from the unanimous vote that this prior council made and relitigating that now.
I would just like to clarify, my vote was to not cut the 2 deputies because I didn't vote for the cut in the first place. And my understanding of the vote was moving it because we were just bringing on the block-by-block people, as well as there would be a new council. So I think it's only fair that we allow the council to vote on that. We can vote on that as a separate issue, I believe, or someone can tell me, maybe Lauren can tell me under which 4C, 4D, 4E, would we add that to a motion? Obviously, we've given a lot of direction separate from that, which I think we all have a consensus on. I know you're tired.
Oh, no.
Are you there?
I had a...
So we've talked about various things. This is sort of separate. I think we've given a lot of direction to our public safety partners. But I think that this is something... Go ahead.
Well, I was going to suggest, I think Mayor Pro Tem Shine's suggestion of having the rape treatment brochures at the sheriff's station, I don't think anyone would object to that. There seems to be a lot of support for the foot patrols on the west side and making sure that those are fully staffed at all times, not necessarily with sheriff, but in coordination with the sheriffs and block by block. What about the idea of creating a system for communication with security guards? So if we could give that direction. And then I think you're right, Mayor, the issue of the sheriff's deputies and how many and whether we should go forward with the cut, that should be voted on separately. And then I agree, the security cameras, we don't have enough information on that. That's something we can bring back at another meeting. And what else what are the other things that we agreed on? I'm losing it too.
Well, I think we gave a lot of direction, and Danny, I'm sure, wrote it all down. So, okay.
And and just as a reminder, we also need to adopt the city's community safety and well-being strategy.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Mayor?
Yes.
May I?
You may.
Thank you so much. I had some caffeine, so I'll be okay. I'm in support of everything that Mayor Pro Tem Shine just recapped. I personally don't think we've notified the public in a way to the point where we're having the deputy conversation again. I don't hear the analysis of that meeting vote that we three were at in the same way. I actually hear it in the way that Mayor Pro Tem Shine agreed to it. So at this moment, I will not be supporting that for two reasons. One, there are a lot of cases that here are left outstanding, and those are some of my major concerns. I understand what the community is saying, but just for lack of a good example to have offhand, but we have cases involving members that we know of this body that it's not even in our report. That's a problem. That's a big problem, right? We have cases that I don't know if adding another 1 to 2 to 3 deputies is going to solve. I personally, while I made a vote when I did and have been moving forward with my colleagues ever since, my concerns are around security ambassadors and where they were at. They are all fully staffed, and I believe it to be working. However, I think that specifically, I'm not prepared to add more guns to the streets at this moment. And that's not because I don't want people to feel safer. I just don't know if guns or more cops do what I think people are trying to do. It's no shade to you, but with the number of things that I am seeing, I'm not seeing the results where adding more entertainment policing happens. Pickpocketing is back up again, and you arrested 2 people, but there is a crime syndicate that is crossing state lines and maybe international lines to commit serious crimes against our residents. That needs to stop, period, end of story. I do support I know I said I didn't before, I understand where we're going with the camera conversation now. I'm fine with finding out more information about that, but I think holistically, if we're going to do this, and that was my understanding of when I made that vote in August, I think staying that course at the moment is where we should be. I understand we see the meeting differently, but that's fine. But ultimately, right now, there are cases in here that sadly will go into the heap of unsolved cases. And that's a problem. And I need to see some more results on some things with people. I mean, I think it's a longer conversation than for us to have at 11:08, so I would maybe ask my colleagues to table this for a more robust conversation until January or February, or particularly, I think if we are looking at adding more deputies, it is a budgetary conversation and it should be held with a budget at mid-year or in some way, shape, or form. That's just a recommendation, but I actually don't think the public has been properly noticed enough to talk about this conversation. That's fine, they don't have to be, I guess, if that's the will of the majority of the council, but at this moment, I necessarily don't see that, and just personally, we've had members of the public here who have made very impassioned pleas about what's going on with our sheriff's department. And I just can't morally, when that is happening, say now we need more cops. And that's just my personal opinion at this moment. And I'm sorry, but I ultimately think that the levels we're at are coordinating, and I think I need to rule this by data first than the emotional aspect of where I think some of us are coming from. That didn't come out right. Not the emotional aspect that we're acting out of emotion, but we're trying to figure out how can we make people feel more safe in our community. And from what I hear from some people, it's not necessarily more sheriffs. I mean, I'll use my own personal aspect. I had a death threat. I haven't heard back from my deputy. I told you that. It's going to go left unsolved. Fine. It's going to happen to me more than once. The night after the last council meeting, I'll say it publicly now, I was almost carjacked. But I still don't think that having another, it's not how I see the logic working out, because it's just not going to solve that problem for me at the moment. So that's kind of where I'm at the moment, and so happy to have a longer conversation.
So you're okay with having the cut that's going to happen in January?
So we all made a course decision, and I think I knew what I was voting for then, when we all unanimously voted for that, and I think that's the projection of where we're going. But to comment on where Mayor Pro Tem Shine was talking, that these changes can be rectified. And right now that data is something that I'm looking for. And crime, part one crime is up because of cell phones again. And what we're seeing with theft being at a certain level. And that's not good, but we're not seeing any action being done. So, and then my main point is I just don't think the public has been properly notified that that decision would be made tonight. And that's for transparency on all sides of this argument. So I can't personally do that at this moment, because I do believe that the public needs to have a larger say in that personally.
I guess if the public needs a larger say in that, then we should maintain the status quo until the public has the opportunity to weigh in. And I think if you go forward with cutting 2 deputies, that's not maintaining the status quo. It's maintaining a decision that was previously made. I understand your frustration with crimes not being solved, but in fact, as Mayor Pro Tem Shine pointed out, the statistics have been getting better in the second half of the year. And that's because of not only the presence of block by block, but because of the work that the sheriffs have been doing. So I don't agree with you that crime has not been addressed, and I'm also not hearing a solution to people trying to carjack you. We're cutting the sheriffs, block by block can't prevent that. So what is your solution for those kind of incidents occurring?
Can I chime in? Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. I actually want to say that crime has come down, and you're absolutely right, Councilmember Heilman, that it has been with the partnership of the sheriffs and block by block ramping up, which shows that this alternative program and block by block has been an incredible addition to our community safety program. But I do think there has been a lot of public input. We had so many meetings with so many residents and so many community members giving input, and we did a vote in June, and we did another vote again back in, when was it? It was October. So public input has been made, and we decided that January 1st would be the cut of the 2. That was 2 votes. 2 times we voted, a 3-2 vote and then a unanimous vote. I understand, Mayor, that you have a different interpretation of that vote, but that's not with the understanding that I had or Councilmember Erickson. So I would say also we have not heard from Councilmember Byers at all, and I'm really eager to learn what she has to say about this as well.
Thank you. I was of the understanding that January 1st, the 2 deputies would continue to be cut as part of the plan. So entering into this conversation around community safety, I was sort of looking for that item and then went back through notes and minutes and meetings and watched just to ensure that, no, in fact, that is what's happening. We're sort of stepping into a new conversation around how do we continue to bring safety to the community in knowing that January 1st, the plan that was laid out in the last several weeks will continue. I do appreciate the idea of extending the decision to cut the next half after Pride. I think that's just mindful and reasonable given the quickness of January to March happening. But I do think we should continue forth with those discussions. To me, it's not a matter of making the most with less, it's just doing more with different. And we haven't given this idea yet a test. I knocked thousands of doors and talked to so many individuals across community, and I won't claim to have heard one voice around this. There's many fraught voices, but we've been engaged in a conversation to move this forward, and I certainly didn't get elected to step in here for day one and rip out the course of action that was laid forth. I think this is the plan that's moving ahead, and I'm excited to see that, and I'm excited to continue conversations about what else we can do given that reality, and how we can continue to monitor a timeline that allows us to see as data's evolving, as time's evolving. I do appreciate the sheriff and Block by Block's collaboration in ensuring our crime statistics go down. Crowds are coming back. I think community is keeping ourselves safer. Mental health is, people are getting the treatment they need, the care they need. Our jobs, there's so many different factors that are sort of contributing to that. We haven't had enough time to see that play out, and I want to see this decision play out. Thanks.
Okay, well, let's go ahead then on voting for these three items. I would like to hear from the community again. I would like to bring this back in either the second meeting of January or the first meeting of February. I think that the community did speak. I honestly think that the council majority that made the decision to cut the police was not listening to the community. I don't think I would have ended up with 50% more votes than the second runner-up, the second vote. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. So I think that I did have a lot of support because of my views about public safety. That was one of my biggest issues, was public safety. So I have to disagree with you about how the public input was taken. I think council majority. All right, Annie, enough. You know what? If there's disruption, then Annie needs to leave.
Annie, you're going to have another opportunity to speak under the second public comment period. So if you can just save this until that point, we would appreciate it. Let's maintain decorum so we can finish this conversation. Thank you.
Otherwise, we can take a recess and be here till 1. So I believe that we do need another conversation about this.
And that's where personally right now I am at. I don't want to rule, and if I said it ineloquently, rule, that's not the right word. I think this conversation, to echo what Councilmember Byers says, but as well as what Councilmember Heilman, as well as you are saying, that yes, the community is speaking, but yes, I also do think we need to look at how this continues to be ruled by. What are we getting as a council to report on this? I also do see what Councilmember Heilman was saying with car break-ins and everything else going in the way that they were going. That is concerning. I'm not saying I don't see that, but right now I think I would like to see that come back for a larger conversation, for us to really have that. And I'm supportive of having that conversation come back.
Okay, and I guess my question to Captain Mulder is, once we lose 2 deputies in, January 1, I assume? If we're moving along the schedule that council majority wanted, and then with the push to January. So is that January 1 that we lose those deputies? Or
Yeah, then it would be, and I think that's a discussion that we have to have, how that's going to look. So,
I have a suggestion. Let's, January 1st, we decrease the deputies, and then this is my request, because this is a decision we all made based on a lot of input. And Mayor, I understand that you did get a lot of votes. So did Councilmember Byers, who came in second place. And from knowing her campaign, I know that she was supportive of this decrease. So you were both elected strongly. And so it's important to give this program a chance so we can see data. And the reality is, Councilmember Erickson, block by block couldn't have stopped a carjacking, and neither would the deputies, because none of them were there. And luckily, nothing happened to you. So giving this a chance to really see what data comes up is what we wanted to do. And I know, Mayor, you're very much into data. So let's give this a chance, see what the data tells us. Let's give it till a quarter, 4 months, and then have the discussion again on where we are, and till April, till the full 4 months, see where we are with stats, and then we can give the public a chance to come back and really discuss everything, and then push back the other 3, which was supposed to be a full council vote as well, farther back, and go that route. That way we're not cutting and then scrambling and starting the year off that way. And that is my suggestion and a level of compromise on this.
What about the alternative of essentially studying the data of the existing configuration for another 4 to 6 months to see if it continues to work, which it seems to be working right now because the Part 1 crimes have gone down in the last 4 to 5 months with the current configuration. So that would be an alternative.
How many deputies are we at right now? That's always the question du jour.
Yeah, about 60 deputies serving the West Hollywood contract.
Okay, so 61. We were told way back when it was like 64.
61.
61,
It's
sorry.
61.
So I think it's 61 with the restoration of the
Yes.
cops team deputy. So it's 61 right now.
But at any time you can call up more. You said it tonight.
In what sense?
You said it when, sorry, I'm going to have to go back, but you can call in more sheriff's reserves based off of our contract, should you need to. That's the joy of having the contract for special and events, but for also other occurrences, more deputies can be brought in at any moment per the captain's discretion.
So when we're talking about the sheriff reserves, they came and did a footbeat here, and so they do different kind of programs like that to supplement what we already have. That in terms of just calling up deputies, that would have to be like an emergency situation where we needed additional officers. So sometimes that would be from our neighboring agencies or from another sheriff station, depending on the larger scale emergency we would have. But if you're indicating that maybe we're calling up deputies just to fill in these spots from other places, that's not how it works with us.
Yeah, and we wouldn't have any additional funding for that. So we've talked about the supplemental funding, the $900,000. I mean, that's basically spent through the end of the year with the foot patrols we've been doing and things like that. It's not all gone today, but we've been spending that money down all year. There's not going to be any additional money for overtime or anything else.
So I'll get the easy one out of the way. I'm going to make a motion to approve the WeHo community safety and well-being.
Item 4E.
Item 4E, I'll do that one. I'll make that motion.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor from Councilmember Erickson, which is seconded by Councilmember Heilman, to adopt the city's community safety and well-being strategy. I will take a roll call vote now. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
I would like to make a motion that we maintain the cut of the 2 deputies January 1st and schedule another data report from our community safety department on data, crime stats, where we are with the block-by-block program for April, and at that point, look at our service levels again.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor from Mayor Pro Tem Shine and seconded by Councilmember Byers to move forward with the previously approved reduction of 2 deputies effective January 1, to have community safety report back in April 2023 with data, and for the City Council to review current service levels. Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
No.
The motion passes 3-2.
Okay, and then on 4C, we received the update, we provided direction, you have what you need, we don't have to vote on that, is that correct?
Maybe we should take a motion on that extra direction, just so it's in the record of all the things.
Do we have to
for
repeat
4C.
the direction?
That way we'll know what it is.
So I have the Rape Treatment Center pamphlet, foot patrols on the west side, creating a system of communicating with the security guards at the nighttime safety establishments,
And block by block.
and staff returning with additional information on cameras at those establishments.
And then also quarterly, at least quarterly meetings with nighttime establishments and sheriffs and block by block and city staff.
Okay.
And then the FBI, thank you.
Okay, does someone want to make a motion for that?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, motion by Mayor Meister. Do we have a second?
Yes, Councilmember Heilman.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Does everyone know what the motion on the floor is? Okay, Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, and then on 4D, that's a receive and update. So we've incorporated it with 4C, so I think we don't need to do anything but receive and file on that.
Did we adopt the community safety and well-being?
Yep, we did.
For E?
For
Okay,
E,
good.
yes, we did.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, God. All right, we have a new business item. Excuse me, we have public on the floor.
Annie, we just have to get through one more item and then we have public comment. Can we do that, please?
All right, we have item 5B, election of mayor and mayor pro tempore. City Council will consider electing the new mayor and mayor pro tempore.
Okay,
we need to call
so
for nominations. So how does
thank
that?
you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I will call for nominations for mayor. We will install the new mayor on January 9th for a term of 1 year. Do I have any nominations?
We normally go in a rotation, so I would nominate Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Councilmember Heilman, seconded by Councilmember Erickson, for Mayor Pro Tem Seppi Shine to be our next mayor to be installed January 9th. I will now take a roll call vote. Councilmember Byers.
Yes.
Councilmember Erickson.
Yes.
Councilmember Heilman.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Yes.
Mayor Meister.
Yes.
Congratulations, you will be our next mayor. Now I will take nominations for Mayor Pro Tem for installation on January 9th.
I would like to nominate Councilmember Erickson as mayor pro tem.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, so there is a motion on the floor for Councilmember Erickson to be the next mayor pro tem to be installed on January 9th. Councilmember Byers.
Aye.
Councilmember Erickson.
Aye.
Councilmember Heilman.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Shine.
Aye.
Mayor Meister.
Aye.
Congratulations, our next mayor pro tem is John Erickson.
I hope you two are ready for all the ribbon cuttings that you will have next year.
That's in the mayor's realm, so.
Okay, so I think we have public comment now. Do we have any public speakers?
Yes, Annie Jump Vicente.
All right, I'm going to try to do this again because the first time I was here, I tried to read this all to you. If you don't mind, I just kind of want to sit down. My neck hurts. Chris Hedges from Salon.com. Christian fascism is right here, right now. Fascism achieves power by creating parallel institutions, schools, universities, media platforms, and paramilitary forces, and seizing the organs of internal security and the judiciary. They deform the law, including electoral law, to serve their ends. They are rarely in the majority. The Nazis never polled above 37% in free elections in Germany. Christian fascists constitute less than a third of the US electorate, about the same percentage of those who consider abortion to be murder. What the ideology demands is law. What the ideology opposes is crime. Once a legal system is subservient to the dogma, an open society is impossible. Most of those tasked with reporting on and interpreting history, social movements, and religious beliefs have failed us. They spoke about the past, vowing never again, but refused to use the lessons of the past to explain the present. It was not ignorance, it was cowardice. To confront the Christian fascists, even in universities, meant career-canceling accusations of religious bigotry and intolerance, Mayor Meister, John Heilman. It meant credible threats of violence from conspiracy theorists who believed that they were called by God to murder abortion providers, Muslims, and secular humanists. Karl Popper wrote in The Open Societies and Its Enemies that, quote, unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed and tolerance with them. In the end, even the liberal class sided with the fascists over empowering the left wing and organized labor. You're all the liberals. Hail Hyman! How many terms was that?
Can we have the next speaker?
Yes, thank you. We'll go to Zoom now.
Hey, our speaker on Zoom is Shane Nash. Shane, you'll have 2 minutes. Please press *6 to unmute yourself.
I would like to say congratulations to the new mayor, Seppi Shine, Pro Tem, Von Erickson. I'd also like to thank former Mayor Lauren for your service that you've worked with the city. I do hope to repair our relationship going forward, and hopefully you can learn a little bit more about my situation and become a stronger advocate in that sense. I look forward to seeing Chelsea, our council member Byers, as we must start to make their territory, and John Heilman, I know you bring years of wisdom, and I look forward to that conversation coming into the realm as well, because we all have a voice at the table, and I think it's important for that. I also want to thank, again, council and staff, especially. I wanted to give a special shout out to Moya, who has really supported the Transgender Advisory Board as the current chair. I have felt extremely supported by Moya's work, and they're extremely dedicated, and it's very amazing to work with someone who is non-binary and a city staff, so I appreciate staff and city and council for creating space like that for individuals to work together and create the capacity we have this year. We got the new sheriff in, a lot of great work has happened. I still look forward to creating a better relationship with the sheriff's department. and hopefully we can continue our work. Bill, I do want to also thank you for the responsibility you did take in our private meeting when we did have it prior with Jackie Steele. So I do see some progress in you, and I hope to continue to see that progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Shane. Do we have any other speakers?
Not on Zoom, Mayor. That was it.
Okay, we have council member comments. Councilmember Heilman.
Yes, I deferred my comments because, first of all, I want to thank incoming Mayor Shine for her item to you. It was very timely and important. I deferred my comments because I'm concerned about, I know tonight was a special meeting, and I know we had a lot of ceremonial aspects to it, and there were a lot of public speakers, but we actually didn't get to any of the city's business until after 8 o'clock. And when we start at 6 and we don't get to the public's business until 8, that's a problem. And then we didn't get to this very important public safety discussion until 9:20. So I am going to bring forth an item that recommends that council member comments be moved to the end of the agenda so that we can get to the business that we're supposed to be dealing with sooner. Obviously, we can make exceptions to that, but I think it is important for members of the public that if they're here on an item, that we deal with it in a timely manner rather than hearing all of our mishigas, if you will, which is important, but I think sometimes we go on, or at least I have been known to go on too long at the beginning, and some of that could get deferred to the end, and it likely would be shortened if we did it at the end of the meeting. So I just wanted to make that comment, and I will come forward with an item so we can talk about the pros and cons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Heilman. And I would just take into consideration that consent item, anything that you have to say about a consent item would have to be before, would have to be early, yeah. And it could be limited to that.
But if we want to say something about a consent calendar item, we should pull it from consent for discussion.
Okay. So now, besides saying anybody else have any comments? Besides Happy New Year and Happy Holidays?
Mayor, I just want to take a moment to, I know tonight's meeting was full of a lot of moving pieces. I'll leave it at that. But I want to thank you. I thought you masterfully put together this meeting and ran this meeting. And I also want to thank you for your time and service as Mayor. We'll talk more about you in January and a new year. But I do want to say that tonight's meeting, it's always like that first meeting. I remember the first meeting when now soon-to-be mayor and whatever I am came in. It was always a fun meeting, but you handled it really well. So I just wanted to give you kudos because it's not easy. I'm sure it will never be easy, but I thought you did a very good job tonight. I just want to congratulate you.
Thank you. So I would just like to say happy holidays to everyone, happy New Year, and stay safe. Don't drink and drive. Take an Uber. And adjourn until Monday, January 9th at 6 p.m. West Hollywood Park, Public Meeting Room, Council Chambers. We'll see you there for the reorganization meeting. Reorg, as we like to call it. We're adjourned. Last time to do it.
Spread the word about water conservation. In fact, they recently held auditions for the Water Conservation Crusader. Some of Hollywood's